Hello. Hello. How are we all? We're back again. Another stream. Of course. Another gear cleanse. Oh no. It's got it to we're back up to 200. It's only taken us like 12 hours, it feels like, to get there again. Do you want to see my spider runs? I worked on it a little bit today. I'm still not 100% certain I've managed to make it 100%, but we had to tweak the team that we came up with the other night. It's still pretty good, I think. This is where it can fail, basically. When I get a 3% on one of the poisons, I had to bring in Taurus to improve it. Now, this should be okay, so long as we don't miss another hex, which can happen, because we'll get enough poison damage out here. So it's pretty safe-ish. It's better. I'm still concerned that it has a 3% failure rate. But no, I had to bring in Kael to basically get a little bit more extra poison damage, and I had to bring in Taurus because I needed more poison damage, just in case there was any 3% issues, like maybe we missed a poison, maybe we missed a hex. So I feel like Taurus has got the same weaken animation speed, and he just kind of helps with his A3 here just to like pump the rest of the damage out from the queen. You see there, we didn't quite kill it, which means one of the spiderlings didn't quite have a hex. So... but it's still bugged to hell for some reason. I don't know why. It's still like double hitters are still doing some damage. They haven't fixed the problem. Substitute for Ruel. He's quite strong because you get 10% more damage, Benzafol, but you can run Mithrala. You can run any sort of hex-based champion that can guarantee hex. But you can see it's pretty consistent. It's about a 25-second run. I'm quite happy with it. I know, right? Streaming the gear cleanse. Shock. Yeah, I got Teodor. So we're going to be doing some fun stuff with Teodor and Akimtums today. This is why we've got a few extra poisons here, because normally Dark Kael will just finish it off. It's still not perfect though. I still need to I need to spend some more time on this. I don't think it's like 100% like we thought it was going to be, but it still works. But yeah. Coaching, yeah, we'll have a look at your teams in a bit, Jessica. I have not forgotten. I got a feeling Spider is going to become the ultimate Death Knight HP bug, where it takes them like 3 or 4 attempts to finally get to the bottom of it. So, but you know, I'm happy with that. It's a good team. It's a good team. So the plan for today is we've got a gear cleanse. There's a lot. There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot. So we're going to have to do another gear cleanse somehow, because of all the forging that I've done. That's the problem. Oh, there's some champions in here. There's all the forging that I had to do for CVC is all just gone straight into the inventory. So we got like lethal boot. Look at all this lethal gear that I got to process. All of this. All of it. The bolster gear that I made. Hard mode spider stuff. More gearing. Then we got Hydra stuff. Then we got some Fire Knight stuff because we did the Fire Knight tournament. Then we got more spider stuff. Oh, it's just a pain experience. I don't know how I deal with this. Could I look at your team sometime? I could, if you can give us some context, King Crasher, about what team means. Staff question: the website has Helm Smasher for Dark Kael for dungeon. Running him in these hard dungeons, that's still best. Helm Smasher for Dark Kael. Surely it's got Giant Slayer, right? Surely the general PV is Giant Slayer. Managed to get my Dragon 10 team to run with Seer and no need for defense down a weekend. That's pretty strong, Dutchy. I don't know. We're going to look at Dragon today because I need to do the tournament. I haven't done the tournament yet, so I want to build a Dragon 10 team today. So we're going to look at that. We're going to do some gear cleansing. We are going to... I did do a bunch of fighting here. Hopefully we can stay in this tier. I'm still not sure about this defense. Like, you need to come out of here now. We need to put in... Might as well put in a Suga just to make it harder. Not sure about these teams, I'll be honest. None of them seem to be winning right now. Mind you, this is when CVC was on, so we've lost 3 times, three in a row, which is not great. Probably because this team is not so great, but hey, we'll figure it out. Oh, are they? They shouldn't. We'll have to get YST to have a little look at that for us when we get a chance. I'll have a look at Dark Kael Masteries because let's have a look actually. Let's have a quick look on the website. Yeah, I don't really know what. I don't really agree with that. Let me fix that quickly. I feel like it should be. I feel like we've gone far too much into clan boss there. That sneeze was coming. I'm just updating the. I don't think that activates, unfortunately. What up, Kit Kat? What up? What? You're crashing the stream. You always crash the stream. What? There. Honestly. We should probably go something like that. I might as well do that. That's okay. That's okay. We may as well take that. I think that's better. Yeah. There you go. I've just updated his masteries to be a little bit more appropriate. We probably need to, we got so much work on our hands at the moment to basically go through, figure out the ratings, because we were basically having this internal discussion about these new ratings, specifically for Sand Devil, for example. You know, if we look at my Sand Devil teams here, for stage 7, you know, Whisper's pretty good. Someone like a Franox is pretty good because they hit really hard. They can ignore defense. But for stage 24 and 25, they're not very good at all. So it's like, do you rate them 5, or do we need to rate them for different stages? It's actually quite tricky. And it's the same thing with the hard mode dungeon. It's kind of like a similar situation where, you know, Allure is useless for Fire Night hard. She's just useless. But she's MVP for Fire Night 25. Dragon is not so much, but someone like a Yumiko and someone like a Stultus are much better at hard mode because of the volume of poisons, because effectively you take more poisons, therefore the value of reflecting them back goes up, whereas on normal, I don't think you get enough poisons to really make that valuable. Yumiko aside, Yumiko would be absolutely broken. So yeah, so I think we're still trying to figure out exactly the right way, because there's always a risk that you overcomplicate something that's designed to be quite straightforward. You know, it's meant to give you a summary of, you know, this champion's good in this area, this champion is bad in that area. You can't really have War and Peace, but the problem is the game has become quite complicated. It's a very complicated game, so there's lots of areas now, so therefore more areas equals more ratings equals more complexity. It's quite tricky. Hi guys, I just pulled Supreme Galek. Is he a decent damage on Clan Boss right now? I have Duke. the Pierced, and Rhonda in the team is damaged. Well, Duke the Pierced is not really damage. So Duke the Pierced goes in as your decreased attack, decreased defense, I guess. I think Rhonda would out damage him potentially. It really depends on how good he is able to sustain his burn in the dungeon. Oh, by the way, guys, I don't know if you've noticed, but Mr. Deadwood Jedi has got merch now. I went and got myself one of these really cool mugs. You head over to his website, he's got merch on there. He's got t-shirts, he's got mugs, he's got loads of cool different things. I'm not really paid to promote it, I really like the mug, I thought it was pretty cool. But yeah, head over to his website, it's really good. I think he's worth building, Big Brain, purely because it sounds like your early game, roughly. So you probably will find value in having someone who's an AoE HP burn with an AoE block buffs with decent damage. You know, even as an AoE nuker, he's really strong. He's Void Legendary. So he's probably worth it. As to whether or not he instantly replaces someone in your clan boss team, it depends. I haven't had a chance. I don't get to play test these champions. I would like to see how good he is able to keep the burn on a single target, because my fear is he places it for 2 turns, then you're going to want to extend it, and then it's going to activate potentially 3 times. So you've also got speed tuning issues on his A2, where if the burn is on for 3 turns, then I think he gets turn meter boost. So I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Let's have a look. Sorry, we're just bribing the cat as we always do. Supreme Galek. Fills this champion's turn meter by 30% if 3 or more HP burn debuffs are activated during the thing. Now, he's got a 100% chance of activating on a single target 4 times. So if the burn is on for 3 turn cooldown, a 3 turn duration, he's going to get 30% turn meter. But you've got to need to make sure that that burn is on, otherwise he's going to fall out of speed tune, and you only can really extend it with this, unless you have him going up with Geomancer, where Geomancer places it and you knock it straight down, but then you lose the value of both Geomancer, and then you haven't got any burns, and then he's just basically a bot. You also bring a less valuable, I would say, not a wasteful debuff, but a less valuable one in block buffs. Now, some people might value it for stopping the increased attack, which I get, that makes sense, but I don't think it's that important. So yeah, I think, because generally like the clan boss isn't doing damage based on his attack, he's doing damage based on the Gathering Furies, the multiplier. Last one, he did for Pig. Last one. So yeah, so I think for clan boss he's okay. I just don't think he's as, like, I think Rhonda still out damages him probably on clan boss, just because the number of hits from that passive, it does overwhelm him. His real MVP slot is Hydra, so he's worth it. He's a good champion to have. Even as an AoE Void Nuker, he's a good champion to have, but probably not what I would say instantly goes into your clan boss team. Can I turn off his A2? Yeah, you could, but then all you bring into your team is a weak HP burn champion. Like, the value in his A2 is activating the duration. Well, does it really matter, Zombie? Because he's going to instantly cleanse it anyway. Like, it would need to be like a 5-turn burn for you to get the value out of it. Or you'd have to make it so he places it, then extends it with the A1, then does his A2. But you can't really program the AI to do A3, A1, A2 priority. Chronum is better than him for activating burns, but he has the same problem. Chronum is what I call the Chronum problem, where Chronum is going to place burn for 2 turns. Awesome, right? Pretty cool. Then he's going to hit 3 times at random and activate all the burns. So if he's hitting a single target, he's activated the burn. The problem is, this is a 3-turn cooldown, so until he gets back around to that ability, you have no more burns. And here's the thing. With Ninja, the reason why Ninja is so strong is because he activates, then replaces the burn. So he never runs out of burn to activate. It's the Chronum problem, which is the same thing with the Supreme Galek, and he's got the same problem, if not worse, because effectively he has got 4 attacks, which kind of, it's just 1 too many. What about Walking Tomb Drang? See, Walking Tomb Drang is okay, right? Because the difference with Walking Tomb Drang is he places it for 2 turns, but he doesn't. I think he only activates once, right? I don't think this activates twice. So you always have a burn, basically. He does have a similar problem. The only difference is his burn is on a 3-turn cooldown and he's not activating it 4 times. And he's also, like, it's a different way of looking at it. He's bringing different things like the equalizing HP. He's decreasing his cooldown when he does this as well. So you're getting back to that burn quicker. So when did I pull Teo? I pulled him last week. Why is it that I see Ghostborn in a lot of endgame teams? Am I missing something in his kit? There is one important thing about Ghostborn that makes him so valuable. And I'll show you it. Where is he? He's in here somewhere. He places decreased defense. It cannot be resisted. So the problem you have with people like Lydia, people like Deacon, any champion that places a debuff, there's always a 3% chance that it will resist, even if you have 1,000,000 accuracy. It's the way the game's coded. There's a 3% chance you always place it, and there's a 3% chance you always resist it. And then what happens in between is dependent on how much accuracy you have against the enemy's resistance. With Ghostborn, whenever you see text like, this cannot be resisted, it's the same thing with Baron. This is guaranteed. It means that it bypasses that 3%. So the reason why people choose Ghostborn is you get increased attack and decreased defense, and it's guaranteed. So for a Seer, it's a perfect setup because you get a buff on everyone, you get decreased defense that doesn't have a chance to fail, and it means your runs are consistent. That's why you see Ghostborn. Does player consider reflect damage buff bugged for hard mode Fire Knight, or is it working as intended? I've not heard any references about that being bugged. What are you experiencing, Livon? Are you not seeing it working? Taha, yeah, I pulled him like a week ago. I pulled him the same way I pulled Necret. I basically yeeted a shard and I thought I'm not going to get anything, and then all of a sudden Teodor popped out and I danced around my house for about 5 minutes until I hurt myself. So I don't have Ghostborn, so went back, nuke harder. Yeah, you can always go through more buffs. Absolutely. It does not count as hit shield hits. It should do. Unless they broke it. It should do. I know the old one did. Keep in mind that visually, it might not show. Does Mordecai goes around that 3%? Yeah. And Raz, the only way you would bypass that 3% if the words exist saying this cannot be resisted. If it says this cannot be resisted or this is guaranteed, then you don't have the 3% chance. If it just says places and it doesn't attack, it still has a 3% chance. Hey Timothy, how's it going? You pulled Supreme Aethel yesterday. Oh, well. Seriously, is Supreme Aethel now the worst Void Legendary in the game? What do you think? No, Madman. If it says can't be resisted, he doesn't require accuracy. That's what makes this Supreme Kael... Let me turn this down a little bit, it's a bit loud. That's what makes Supreme Kael so absolutely bonkers, is his kit requires no accuracy. He basically... So the thing about decreased resistance is only good if you can get enough accuracy to place the debuff. Well, because he places this without requiring accuracy, he annihilates high resistance comps. Absolutely destroys them, and that's why this is valuable. If you ever see this word, it means you don't need accuracy. I'm not doing too bad, Timothy. I'm not doing too bad. My legs are still a bit funky. We are making progress on the healing and the diagnosis of that. I don't know whether it's actually working yet, but we'll see. But it's pretty uncomfortable today. But hey, we live with what we live with. But yeah, I was thinking, is she now the worst Void Legendary? Now, I would say when I saw the value of this shield is proportional to this champion's attack, I thought, that's going to be like Metal Shaper bad. But actually, it's a really strong shield, right? It's about 4 times her attack. So if you think Valkyrie shield, it's equivalent to a Valkyrie shield, but with increased attack. So with an attack value, and she can boost her own attacks. It's pretty good. I just don't know. I don't really understand what you use her for. But they always do this. Whenever there's the new starter champions, the Aethel is always the worst one. I don't know why. What happened? I've just got weird symptoms in my legs in terms of pins and needles and stuff. Apparently it's some sort of folate anemia or whatever it's called. So I'm taking a little weird yellow tablet every day. Maybe that makes it better. So yeah, still getting to the bottom of that. But you know. How the free-to-play, any progress? I did put a video out yesterday, Scott, on the free-to-play progress. Mr. Idaithi is pretty good. I don't really know what it is, Kessel, but it is quite common in long-term vegetarians. So it's probably part of the issue. And I'm getting older. That's probably another part of the issue. You know, I've got to retrain my brain to think, you know, you're not 21 anymore. So... but today's wonderful symptoms are, it feels like I've been on a 10-mile run and behind my knee is like horrific. So it's frustrating, but I got more tests with the doctor, so we'll find out we'll find out the cause of the problem. I wish I could just sell this piece. I don't want to remove it. Can I just destroy? It's like options to just destroy. Like, I don't want that piece. I don't know. Take it B12. So I've got a folic acid tablet now, Sammy. They've given me to take. So I started that on Monday. So we'll just have to see how it kind of goes, I guess. It's going to take a few... I would imagine it's going to take a week or so to start kicking in. But yeah. Do we know what the next shard event is? Yes, we do. It is, in my opinion, quite rough. I don't think this... so if you're in the pool for some epic champions, this next time 10 is really good, right? Really, really good. If you're not in the pool for the epic champions, this times 10 is pretty trash compared to what we've been experiencing in the past. I'm now in the... By the way, guys, I'm now in the camp of sell all my 5-star gear because I can't keep dealing with this every single time I want to do anything. I just build up a backlog. So I'm looking at things that are really bad that I know I'm not going to use. Like, if it's triple rolling, it's hard to sell. I'm trying to sell. Cool. I am trying to sell. Maybe I did think, Andrew, maybe that's why I'm going bald, right? But no, something like folate anemia basically causes your red blood cell production to be decreased, which can cause effects such as like tiredness and like muscle weaknesses, muscle aches and pains, pins and needles, all that kind of stuff. So it really doesn't help that I have to wear these stupid braces either, because it limits part of the diet that a vegetarian would supplement. You know, things like citrus fruits and like apples and that sort of stuff, which you would normally supplement your diet with if you're a vegetarian. Technically, they kind of say you shouldn't really have or try to avoid when you have braces on because of the acidity in the food. So it's all a bit frustrating at the moment. I feel a bit like the NHS system in the UK is taking the mick a little bit, and I'm stuck in the middle trying to wait for things to happen. I need to rebook an appointment with the doctor. I can't see one for like, I don't know, 5 weeks. It's a bit much, really. I'm keeping that only because it's good for Uko. I'm not going to use that. It might be good. Probably trash. Only apples. Well, the problem is the treatment path that I was on for the jaw sort of stuff. It wasn't just like teeth lining, like teeth straightening at all. The biggest part of the problem is the jaw misalignment. So where most people go and get Invisalign or something to basically straighten the teeth, and then they're like, yeah, peace out, I'm good. I'm actually at the phase now where the teeth are straight, but they need to break my jaw and put it back together, because effectively my teeth are like this. So my bottom jaw is out here, my top jaw is up there, and there's like a huge gap in between. So they need to like move the jaws together. But the problem is it's classified as orthopedic surgery, and that means I'm up against everyone who needs a hip replacement and all this other stuff. So if there's any sort of trauma incident or any sort of situation in which they need the theatre space for orthopedics for like hip replacements, bone grafts and all that kind of, I just get pushed down the list. So So yeah, we're in that state now where this is meant to own. I was meant to have had Moth by now, but a year later than planned, I'm still in this flux of maybe someday soon. It's kind of brutal. Hi Tort, welcome. Yes, we're being brutal. I'm just selling stuff. So I have teeth like a piranha. No, the teeth are straight. It's actually the jaws, right? So you don't notice it so much when you look at face on, but when you turn to the side and like that, you'll see like my teeth are literally like this. So my jaw is here, my bottom jaw, my top is here, and there's like about a gap there. Effectively, they've said they need to move my jaws 7 millimeters to realign them. So that sounds fun. Yeah, it's pretty much a break my face and put it back together again. It'll take me about 12 months to recover from the surgery fully. About 6 months before it feels like, you know, looks normal. It will be months before I even look normal afterwards. And in terms of like the final look, the problem I have right now is I just don't know when it's going to happen because I'm waiting on I'm on the waiting list and I just don't know when it's going to be. When it's going to happen. Yeah, Spider is still bugged in certain situations. They seem to have fixed some things, but not others. So the surgery's not like too crazy. It's a reasonably common surgery, but not a like the way the surgeon described it is it's not routine, as in like it's not a quick jump in, jump out. It's about a 5-hour surgery, but it's not like serious or risky. It's a pretty safe routine. So, but yeah, it's like I'm at the point where in my back of my mind I was like, can I strategically break my jaw in the right position so that I can encourage them to sort this stuff out and basically do the surgery, because I'll be honest, it's a struggle for me right now. But yeah, like the process is meant to be you have braces for like 18 to 24 months, and then you have the surgery, and then it's about 6 months after where you're still in braces where they're just tweaking and aligning, and then you have them off, and then you basically have like a retainer you sleep in for the rest of your life, which is fine. But I'm now 48 months in, and I still haven't had the surgery. It's, you know, obviously a lot of that's due to COVID. But I feel like the NHS in the UK is trying to find excuses to basically make everything about COVID and not deal with the problem. So, because I'll be honest, every time I've been in a hospital, it's not a war zone. They're all walking around on their phones. I was in there the other day, and there was like a bunch of nurses just chilling in the lounge, kind of like not a problem in the world. I was like, oh well, we can't be that stressed if we're all chilling on a seat. You know, I'm sure there are some departments that are really struggling. Don't get me wrong, like NHS, like casualties during wintertime, fair enough. But they make it sound like the NHS is like on the brink of destruction, and I'm like, I don't see it. They tell you the success rates. I needed ligament surgery, and they told me 30% success rate, waiting for stem cells to improve my hopes on that. Yeah, so basically they said there's a 25% chance that so the success rate is really high. The only risk you have is because of the way they have to break your bottom jaw, they have to sever nerve tendons, basically. There's no way around it. So there's like a 25% chance that they don't heal, right? So I don't have as much sensation in my lower jaw, but that's reasonably not, like, it's 25%. I'm looking at it as like, well, there's a 75% chance it does. The problem is they basically have to break here, and then they break the back here. They pull a little bit back, they pull a little bit forward, then they plate it, tighten it, and then it takes like, you know, it takes a long time for the face to stabilize before it shows the results. So like my face, when I have it done, will look weird for about 6 months before it actually finds its like final fit and what they planned for it to be. But yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things that you know when you're sitting here, it's like, I've got all these different things going on, and you know, when you're 21, it's okay. It's not so bad. When you get to my age, like 32, you start going, do I really want to be like, you know, still in braces of all things? So, apologies, but I missed the beginning of the convo. What kind of jaw surgery do you need? What's wrong with it? So Summary, Kessel, is that's my bottom jaw. That's my top jaw. We have to move this one back and this one forward so they actually line up rather than do this. I've literally 0 bite in my mouth. So it won't affect, like, I'm pretty, like, I'll be back streaming within like a week and a half probably. They say it's about 2 weeks before you can actually like fully operate as like reasonably normal, and about 4 weeks before you're allowed to go back to like physical manual labor. So this is trash. We can sell that. Yeah, just genetic. So will you sound different? Probably not. You might find like I think I'll have less of a like a lisp. Sometimes you can hear it a little bit. That's the braces, but it should improve. How do you want your accuracy chess pieces? Speed normally. If I need accuracy, I normally need speed. Don't know why I'm keeping these pieces. No, they shouldn't do. They might put like a they might keep it, I think they keep it closed for about like a couple of hours or so after the surgery instead, or maybe a day or so. I'll be on like a liquid diet for like 2 to 3 weeks while it heals, but the jaw should be reasonably functional within like a couple of days, I think, to be honest. I mean, as I said, the biggest problem is right now, every time I speak to them, it's very much like, could be tomorrow, could be next week, it could be next year, it could be next month. We don't really know. I mean, we've gone from having a timeline to we don't even give a timeline. We don't tell you when. It's like, when I go there, it's like, how long is it going to be? Is that we don't know. Like, great. Okay. I tell you what, if I was in chronic pain and I was on a waiting list for a surgery, I would be like, I don't know how I'd cope. Like having a situation where effectively they don't give you any time estimates. It must be awful. You know, because when you, like, I'm the type of person that I need a plan. If it's going to be 6 months, it's fine as long as it's 6 months. If it's going to be 12 months, it's fine as long as I know what the plan is and what the structure is. I can work around that. I hate working around maybe someday soon. I don't like uncertainty, and that's really stressful. So, but yeah, the biggest problem is my type of surgery is sharing the theatre spots with orthopedics. So that's people who need hip replacements, knee replacements, trauma from accidents, injuries, anything related to that sort of stuff. That gets put as a priority, and I'll get bumped down the list because I'm not in pain. YST's in the house. The main man, how's it going? Yeah, that's the wonderful thing. Everyone says the NHS is amazing, we need to protect it and everything. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, it's not doing a very good job considering it's missing every single target. People are having to be like pulled to the hospital on a sled because the ambulances are queuing outside the hospital because there's no beds. I'm like, it doesn't matter how much free it is. If you actually can't use the service, it's not that good, is it? So, yeah, YST is in. YST is now part of, affiliated with. He is helping us out on the website. He is very welcome. He's going to help us figure out how we're going to make all these new champions work. Am I prone to nosebleeds? Not really. I said generally I'm all right. Like, up until recently, my health has been pretty good, but at the moment it feels like I'm getting punched from all sides. So, yeah, hopefully they're not going to kick him out of the content creator program. I wouldn't imagine they will. Normally with the content creator program, once you're in it, they don't really like getting rid of you. Let's change up the music a little bit. It's in the news, Joe. Have you not seen the news? So if you look, there was a news piece about it. It is going to be champion training artifacts. Whenever you see a hero's path, normally one of the point acquisitions are much more dominant than the other, right? So when it's like artifact enhancement and divers, enhancement's the dominant one, the one you want to use your resources on. When it's like champion training and dungeon divers, it's always champion training that's much more efficient. Summoning and something else, summoning is more efficient. So basically get ready tomorrow to do a lot of champion training. Because I think, looking at it, we're going to have legendary books on a path. We're going to have tier 3 soul stones. It looks pretty interesting. Do you know what? Actually, you say about private, I did actually look to see how much it would cost me. Because they've done a lot of the work in terms of like straightening the teeth. A lot of the cost tends to come in like the before and after care, because you have to normally pay to get all the braces done. There's like 18 months worth of treatment and stuff like that. That's all done. I literally need a surgeon to go break my face and put it back together again. That's all I need. Because I can get them to continue the treatment. But it's actually quite difficult to find where you can get it done. Because I'll be honest, I'm at that point now where I'm like, should I just pay for it? I'm not a millionaire, don't get me wrong, but it's not as like, if I have to like somehow like spread out the finance or something on it rather than wait another year, that's really tempting. No, Wicked Bunani, I bought that sack of gems. You remember that sack of gems pack that came out like 2 weeks ago? It's like 7,500 gems. I just haven't used any of them. Obviously, I get the gem pack every day and there's a bunch of different resources, so I haven't really dipped into it too much. Yeah, Kessel. So I've been talking to my mum about this, and I was like, what we should have in the UK, like in the UK, we basically pay what they call national insurance tax, right? You pay your normal income tax, and you pay a secondary tax called national insurance tax. And that's meant to cover your state pension when you retire, and like covering like the medical systems and social care and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, so I'm already paying for insurance technically, because as much as the NHS is free, I'm still paying taxes for it, so it's not truly free. So I'm paying for a system that I'm getting terrible service from. Like, can I just like opt out of that system and take that money and pay for like private healthcare insurance? Because that's what I'd like to do. But I'll be honest, I find it's pretty disingenuous to be paying tax towards a system that you can get for free and then have to go and pay for it privately on top. Like, that's just silly. That's basically buying the same thing twice. I would never do that. But that's what they should allow in the UK. They won't do it because obviously the NHS is just set up to make money. Because I've been to some of those fundraisers that you see in some of these NHS trusts, and let me tell you, those people running those NHS trusts, they are well off. They make a pretty penny out of their job. I think there's a balance, right, MM0? I think if you can have privatized medicine. The problem is you need to have oversight. I think in America, the issue they've got to is they let them run riot. So now all the pharmaceutical companies and the lobbyists and everything basically just control the whole system, and it's really expensive. But I think a balance between a socialized medicine model where you've got governments monitoring and private individuals and private companies that are providing competitive packages at reasonable rates for customers is a good model to have. You just have to make sure you manage it and balance it. The problem is, typically, greed overcomes sensibility, and then it all kind of falls apart. So, I mean, to be fair, though, Dead Space, isn't America perfectly fine in general for billionaires? Didn't I read somewhere that 92% of the US stock market is owned by 1% of the 1% of the population or something like that. Like, all the billionaires own about 92% of the stock markets. And it was basically something like, when it goes right, the billionaires profit, and when it goes wrong, the socialist system has to pay for it. So like the people have to basically bail out the banks whenever it goes wrong, but whenever it goes right, the people never see the profit from it. We're getting into like different things. I don't really want to get into that in detail, but I just found that hilarious, like that statistic. The problem is you can value someone like Elon Musk, for example, but it's not really realized value because it's all in his stocks. Like, he lost so much money because of the him buying Twitter and thinking he was like God's gift to man, that it's all based on stock value. So he can be a billionaire today, but if his stock crashes tomorrow, then he has no money. It's not like he actually has $1 billion in the bank. It's not even funding it properly, Zeal. The problem isn't funding the NHS. The NHS gets a lot of funding. The problem is where you spend it. You spend it all on red tape and idiots and people doing like consultancy checks and, well, we can't do this and we can't do that. And you've got people like actual frontline staff on the wards who probably know more than anyone else in the hospital about how a patient is and whether they can be discharged. And they're like, oh, I can't do that because the policy tells me I can't do it. And I can't do this because this person said, like, if you just funded the NHS, if you just funded the right people in the NHS and you structured it correctly and didn't waste it on silly things, then you'd probably get a lot further. It's well funded. Money is not a problem. To some extent, that is the problem with that mentality as well, because they just keep throwing more money at the problem. And I'm like, well, if you've invested like 20 billion pounds more in the last like 10 years and it's still getting worse, then clearly the amount of investment you've got isn't the problem, but the way you're investing it. Like when my nan was in hospital, she was ready to go home. But because they couldn't find a doctor in a hospital who was able to walk up to the ward to push a button on a keyboard, she was kept in an extra 24 hours because they couldn't discharge her. I'm like, why? You go to America, they have like tablet computing, they have like test results being delivered to them digitally. It's all like interconnected. In the NHS, it's like, oh no, the guy needs to call someone and then fax it through on a bit of paper, and then that's got to go ship out to a different ward and department, and that person's got to carry it via his own hands. It's like, it's so inefficient. Do you think Raid will ever add disempower due to more and more coming out? I empowered my Stultus recently, but now it would be ideal to have two. No, Ryan. I think that's kind of like you... What's the right word? I'm going to say that's basically you knew what you signed up for and now you're left with what you've got. So they'd rather, if you've got to look at it this way, they'd rather you pull more shards to get your second Stultus than give you an option to get a duplicate champion back. That's how you got to think. Think like Plarium. If I can make it so you have to spend more money, you're going to make it. That's what's going to happen. I know. Aren't you proud of me? I'm actually selling things. I am selling things. It's great. Who is the best for Fenax arena support if I don't have Duchess? Does he need attack up? He kind of does if you like... He doesn't need it if you've got debuffs out. He hits pretty hard, but it helps a lot, especially if you're trying to cut through high-end content. I don't think you can keep him alive unless you have a Necra. It's very difficult. So... My wife runs a care home. I know the fact the last time the strike cost a life there, ambulance refused, doctor turned up before I was like, demand they turn shit. Exactly. The problem, like, fundamentally, the problem in the medical system is you've got an aging population with no answer to what you do with that aging population. So you ship them off to the hospital. The hospital goes, well, they're not ill, really. We can't really treat them. They can't live on their own, or you know, they've reached a point in their life where they need assisted support. There's no facilities available to them. So the hospital's just sat there waiting to do something with them. They can't discharge them because they can't do that. And then you end up in a system where you've got people who could be getting treatment are waiting because there's no space available, because the people who don't need treatment but have nowhere to go because there is no facilities further down. And then those facilities are basically put under immense pressure to try and deal with all of the backlog and the pressures that the hospital has got, because the hospital is getting pressure to move these people out. And you just end up in this situation where you've got 12 people in a room, all of them are shouting at each other that everyone needs something, but nobody's actually going, well, why don't we solve the underlying problem and then move on to the next problem? They're just going, well, we haven't got enough money. That'll be the narrative. That's all we'll hear, the narrative in the government for the next 24 months, especially leading up to the election. I'm sure Labour will come out and say, well, you know, the Conservative government messed it all up, so all we're going to do is put more money on it. But it's not like they've got any better ideas. They're all just as bad as each other. think we'll ever get hard mode Minotaur. I don't think they'll ever give a Minotaur stage, I'll be honest. I think they're quite happy with Minotaur 15 being the energy mule that it requires. I think that is their decision. It's why I'm doing this, yeah, Smurf. This is one of the best times to do a gear cleanse, guys. When there's an artifact enhancement event that you have to do, like, I'm partially rolling stuff to see what I get. It's a lower than normal silver cost. It's still going to cost me silver because I got to roll some of it, but at least I'm getting something in exchange. You know, these type of pieces, if this rolls well, it's worth keeping. 24%. Boom. I should show you the shield I got, by the way. I'll show you the shield in a sec, and it's pretty disgusting. Ben Allen has become a minion. Welcome, Ben. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining the minion crew. You can, if you head over to Discord, get in to the Discord, and I can give you a special role. Unfortunately, we still haven't got the integration because the gods of the internet do not want to bless me with that integration. But if you head over to Discord, if you're not already in there, you can join and request your role, and you get access to some exclusive channels. I have asked, let me just see if we have an update on the emotes. So I'm waiting on the emotes. Our normal guy who does the emotes is normally pretty good, but we've had a few delays for some reason. I don't really know why, but yeah, it's a bit weird. We're chasing them up though, so that's why the emotes haven't come out yet. I'm not dragging my heels. We actually sent them all off. We're just waiting for it to come back. So, chat us off. What would be the recommended speed range for a go second goal team in tag team? So speed is less important, Renesh. It depends on who's in the team, right? If you haven't got an ability to keep your champions like cleansed from debuffs or anything, then you probably need to put them around the 180 to 200 mark. That's what I like to do. But if you, like, I would say you can go as low as 160 if you've got a really strong team. But most of the time, I would say anywhere between 180 and 200 is a good range for speed. I assume that shield is just for an off piece. Yeah, so sometimes, John, it might be ideal to run like a shield Mountain King, right? Or like maybe they bring out someone like Taras, right? Hits really hard, so therefore it's a HP based champion, so crit rate on a shield piece is well worth it because effectively you get the extra shield naturally from being a HP based champion. You're going to scale it and then you get the damage piece. Would HH Gaming ever, but I was to help and hire Farb stuff? Well, we probably wouldn't buy it because, like, it would be very difficult for us to take over that project and do anything with it because it's such a complicated program. And it would be a lot of engineering time. It would be easier for us to build something from scratch than try and understand what has been built, I would imagine, because it's not, you got to remember, it's not like Farbstoff works for an agency or company here and he's doing it as part of a project. There's no he's building his own tool the way that he thinks and the way that is the people that use it want him to build it. So it's very like he can, what you tend to find in those types of projects, he's probably got tendencies in which he's building and coding that doesn't follow any principles that a team structure or a product manager is setting out for him. So, you know, has it got documentation? Is it properly structured? So, but he does a great job. The program is brilliant. So there was a discussion about would we integrate with it, and I just basically said to Farbstuff about it, it's like, I don't really want to do that because I don't want to create a dependency that he has on us. If we want to change something that doesn't work with his program, then that puts a strain on him if people are using the integration. And likewise, if they do something that we don't really want to put any more time or investment in at the moment, then we would be in a similar situation where we would actually have to commit resources to something that maybe we're not in a position to do. So it creates a dependency that I think wouldn't be very healthy for either side of us. So that's why we haven't looked at any sort of integration. These pieces are not going very well, I gotta say. It's very sad making all this lethal gear and having to sell it all because it's rolled terribly. Saf, what about gear cleansing? 5 stars. Should I keep epic pieces and 6 stars? Is it worth keeping the rare ones? So 6-star rare taunt is very good because if you get a high double roll, it's the best odds that you're gonna get a high double roll because like there's only 2 possible stat outcomes. You have 50-50. Whereas when you get to epic, it goes 33%. When you go to legend, it's 25%. So there's more odds you don't get what you want. But obviously the payoff is you potentially could get a quad roll. You will find eventually, Taught, that you're going to start, like I am now, going, I just can't keep 5-star. It's got worse as well because you got to think about Ascension now, right? 5-star, you get a lot of penalties. Not only do you lose Glyph maximum by quite a bit, you also now lose Ascension maximum. It makes it really hard to keep hold of 5-star gear, especially when you've got mythical gear. This piece is basically, does it triple roll? No, so it's probably a sell. Did I check all these? Yeah. How many pieces have we got? Fair space. Ascend a ore for your lethal gloves before selling. Ascend or now. I'll only keep gloves if they're really, really good. So. Hey, Seth, do you know if Hellhades does account showcases? I have a unique concept of people talking about. It depends on the showcase and time, Justin. But if you contact him directly, he'll let you know. He normally replies. If he doesn't reply straight away, it's probably because he's really busy. But if you send him the information, he might. If he finds it interesting, he'll say yes. So. Mace Adam, but does protection set have a chance to protect Nekret's initial buffs? Yes, it does. So the way that protection works is it places the buff. And then it protects it afterwards, right? So if I have a chance to place a buff, then the protection set rolls after I've placed it. So because he places the buffs when he starts the round, you can protect them. Saf, about gear cleansing. I've answered that one. How are you deciding what to keep and sell? I'm looking at 2 things, Greg, right? So I'm looking at what I want for that set. So for lethal, I'm looking for damage abilities. If it's got like crit damage primary stat, I'm looking for crit rate substat on gloves. I'm looking also at roll ranges. So I'm looking to see, is it high rolling or low rolling? So if I get a crit rate that does double 6%, that's not as desirable as if I get a crit rate that does double 7% or even as low as double 5%. There can be a massive difference between a low roll and a high roll. So that you always have to keep that in mind. You know, with lethal gear here, I'm pretty much looking for damage pieces. I'm looking for crit damage rolls, crit rate sub rolls. Sometimes I'll take an accuracy sub roll if it fits. But 9 times out of 10 here, I am looking for the damaging pieces. Yeah, it is getting a bit like, well, now they've added mythic gear. Like here, so this piece is a good example, right? Defense percentage, crit rate, speed. What I want this to roll really is crit rate because when it comes with boots, if it's primary stats, I normally like to put as much crit rate on the primary stat as I can. Like here, I want the crit rate roll so I don't have to find it in the build. It's the more desirable one, not speed. But technically now, when you look at it, if you have a perfectly rolled mythical speed boot, you are only 1 speed short of a primary stat, right? Because a mythic piece can roll 6 substats of speed, so you get 36 plus 8. So you get 44 speed substats. So if you have a perfect roll, mythic quad roll, which is very difficult to do, and then a perfect glyph, you're only 1 speed down on a primary stat boot, so you could run defense percentage. But you could also put all that into crit rate and do more damage, right? So you tried Deadwood's speed optimizer, but I can't understand it. My brain blanks. What when are we talking about? The clan boss calculator, or are we talking about the arena calculator? I don't like the HH search system. I always find it weird. I have to go through Google to find champion training event article. Yeah, so Denta, it's something we need to do. We used to have a better searchable function, but we had to take it off because we thought it was causing all those problems we had about 3 months ago. And when I looked at it, we were using basically using an extension for something which I didn't like anyway. So I'm going to be completely rebuilding that page. But obviously, Plarium haven't given us a rest in the last 3 months between different content pieces. So we are a little bit Like, we just haven't got around to it, but I will be rebuilding that so you actually have like a proper articles homepage again where you can go in and find the different articles and different things. So we're working on a bunch of different things to improve it. We are going to be fully rebuilding the Hellhades site from the ground up now that it's grown to such a big thing, but that, you know, we have to rewrite over 1,000 articles. It's going to take a time for us to do that. But hopefully once we finish that, the performance of the website will be way better as well. We won't have as many little issues as we've been having. It's all in the works. This is part of the reason why we did the server migration as well. That's part of it. Not exclusively, but it is part of it. Even if how goes it? Finally managed a smoothish day this week. Finally managed a smoothish day this week at last. I'm not really sure. You're having the hardest time with Doom Tower first hard boss. What, the Bommel? Bommel hard is a bit of a step up. So one of the things, Genes, that I'm going to be adding is an ability for you to basically almost go, show me all of the champions that do X. Because that's really what we're kind of missing. You know, the optimizer can do it a little bit, but that's based on what your champions do. But really what I've always wanted to build is the ability to go in and go, hey, show me all the champions that do decreased attack on an AoE ability. Show me all the champions that could do decreased attack on an AoE ability that are spirit in this faction. Show me all the champions that could do both of them at the same time. That's the kind of stuff that we really want to move towards, so that it just makes it more intuitive. But a lot of these tools, we've kind of been hesitant to just put them on there because we have this thing at the moment with the current website where if we mess around with it a little bit too much, then we can cause downtime. And we've been growing at such a pace, and Playroom have been doing as much development at such a pace that we've been kind of like having to deal with new updates at the same time as trying to keep this, you know, keep things going. So yeah, that's the plan, is to basically give us a new foundation and start building loads of cool tools. I've actually finished working on one new tool today, which we can put live pretty soon, which is going to be really good. Oh, that's pretty good. We'll take that. This is really good. This piece is awesome. Double roll crit rate, crit damage. If I had Ascension Oil, which I don't have, let's go farm some Ascension Oil to see if that ascends. Because we want crit damage. I hate the fact it always goes to the bottom now. It's really annoying. Will that be all the champions in general, all the champions you have on your account? It will be all the champions, John, and the ability for you to go, only show me my champions. This is a good question, I think. Is Smite on a universal cooldown? Like if one champion activates, it will go on the cooldown? No, it's per champion who has it, Justin. So it basically gives you a skill on your champion. If that champion places it, it goes on cooldown. It's not universal. Went for premium on the optimizer today. Thanks for the free period. Time to gear. Awesome. I'm glad you know, thanks for supporting us. I appreciate it. That's why we do these free previews, so you can try it out. Something went wrong here. Someone 3%ed. There is an option to have my tier list, Genes. If you're signed into the website, there's an option. Is there any way you can lock artifacts on a champion? No, but you can put that... You can change an artifact in... So Ryan, if you have a spare champion, you can go into like that champion, just select it in the website, move it over to that champion, and then lock that champion out. If you just want to lock one artifact. We've had the request a bit. It's just a bit awkward to do because the UI to lock individual artifacts would be very messy. And it would be very like locking one champion which has like 9 artifacts is okay, but locking 9 individual artifacts across your entire account will just get really messy. So I can't get the optimizer to refresh with my current champ level and all the new gear I get. Dustin, have you run the extractor and uploaded from the extractor recently? You have to, whenever you change something in your game, you need the extractor open so that you can update the extractor from there. What is happening with this team? This is normally like perfect. Oh, she's going off on one. What is going on? Might actually fail this. Right, put him to sleep. Cleanse and heal everyone. Something happened here. I'm gonna watch it now. Oh, I should have slept him then. That was bad. Right, go to sleep. This has never felt this way by Autumn Summers. Right, let's just check this. Oh, it's because I took gear off the burger, right? No, that's fine. Why is it failing then? Strangle. Maybe he 3%ed his sleep. Because it's working how it should. Yeah, they do. Sibling, if you're having a bug where it's erroring out and you can't select the first drop down, it's a caching issue. So if you try to select a champ, so you bring a champ in, then hit reset, it should clear it. If that doesn't clear it, just try and clear the cache. I don't know why that failed. So do you think the 3% thing is an overall positive, negative? It's annoying, John. For a lot of us who like to speed to consistency, like my spider team, I'm having to do a lot of work to try and eliminate the 3% risk. My whisper is fully booked. My whisper is fully booked. Sav, I'm stuck at Doom Tower 120 hard. Can you show me your team comps? Yeah, one sec. Let me get the link. Link. This should be a link to my main account. So let me pin that as well. Place pin message. Who was asking for that? Timothy. That's a link to my optimized account. It has all my teams and all my champions. Would locking individual pieces of gear have a risk of breaking the server and the amount of storage you need to remember it? Not so much, Oxlane. It's just a lot of effort for a very small gain, I would say. It won't break the server. It just requires a lot more coding. Is Team Ops... I've answered that. Is there any plans to reset Spider hard mode teams? Yes. God of Cloud, we are waiting for them to finally bug fix it because it's still not fixed. We were going to wait a day anyway in case people hadn't restarted their game or hadn't updated it or whatnot. But people have been telling me it's still broken and they're still bugging it. Like we've in the Discord, who shared it with me? I think Inquisitor shared me basically Leorius doing like 70% of the damage. No, it wasn't. They fixed some. They have fixed some of them, but they haven't fixed them all. I don't know what they've done basically. Right, here we go. Pray for the RNG. What are we going to get? Crit damage. Oh, it's okay. It's actually not terrible because we've got HP substat rolls as well. So for a HP-based damage dealer, that's a great option, right? It's not the end of the world. Anyway, where are we? We carry on. Sorry if I've missed some people in chat. It's quite busy today. And I've been rambling a bit more than normal. That's an awful piece. We sell that. What's the highest stage of Doom Tower that someone in HH Free-to-Play challenges hit? I don't know hard, but if you check the free-to-play page, it'll tell you. How you calculate boss tick rate, that is a long answer, Barrier. I keep meaning to do an updated Speedtune video series. I'm sure Jessica's probably shouting at me saying when. You keep saying you're going to do it and you don't do it. I know. I'm going to do it. That's actually not terrible. So, it's difficult because obviously boss mechanics come into it, Barrier. If you check the channel, there is a good YouTube video that we have on the channel. It's just not, it's one of my earlier ones. It's not like as good performance and as good quality. That does cover speed tuning in a sort of 101 basic way. I'd recommend you watch that. Do you put accuracy on Franox? I don't know if I have. I've got just a nuke on that A2. Ugh, look at all these rolls here. They're awful. I want it crit rate. So painful watching this happen. That's not so bad. I'm making a lot of pieces for like a HP based damage dealer, but I don't really have any of those. Saf, why do some champs have the ability to place debuffs on weak, weird hits, but not stated? Example, Rectodrath. It is due to the way that the skill works with phasing. So every skill has something in the code called phase. It's when a skill activates, right? So you have phases like after damage dealt, after the effect is processed, before the start of a round, after the start of the round. Things like passive effects apply in different places. One of the changes they did to the Spiderlings is they changed the phase in which they deal damage to the queen. So before it was after the effect was processed, now the phase is after the ally has died. So I think what happens with those champions that have the weird thing that they can place it without weak hits, I think they're doing it before the weak hit check in the phasing. I started doing some work in terms of digging into the specific cause of it. But then I got distracted with 101 other things. But that's effectively the problem. The phase is happening before the weak hit for that check. Well, we did a grand old keeping of nothing there. We sold most of that stuff. This is why mythical gear, by the way, guys, is quite a far way away. Because all that lethal gear is rolled with high 6-star, 5-star gear. And it's just all gone in the drain. We've got the bolster gear. I think 130 is a good place to leave it for now. I don't think I've got any other mythical gear here. Pick that up. Pick that up. I don't think I've got any space for that right now. Let's see. I like using your spreadsheet for tuning things. Yeah, so what we're planning on doing, Carnifex, is making Deadwood Jedi's calculator work on all bosses. It's a bit of a project. Me and Deadwood are motivated to do it. If he's here, in the background, he's probably like, get on it, Saf. You keep saying you're going to work on it. I'm like, yeah, I know, I'll be there, don't worry. But that should be a good improvement then. Get here. That's okay. Right, so I thought you were planning on releasing it after the NHS fixes yours. Yeah. Hello, late to stream. Did you pull your Teodor? I pulled him a week ago in Omicron. I did it off stream because I yeeted a shard. I had like one shard left over. I thought I won't get anything, and then I pulled a Teodor out of it. So these things happen, right? Yeah, I know. I will do a proper series on it, and I will do a proper series on gearing. The thing is, Jessica, right? I planned a series on gearing, and then they added Artifact Ascension, and now they've added mythical gear, and it's kind of changed the context a little bit, so I have to like double check that the series I've planned is going to make sense, but I will do it. I need to do the artifact ratings as well with Hellhades on the optimizer for mythical gear now, so that's a long list of things I have to do. Fortress's passive increases the success rate of True Fear by 15%. Do I need accuracy on him for that fear to work? Yes, you do. Query regarding Pythian and Veils. Does Pythian's passive take damage reduction before Veil calculation? Or after Veil calculation? it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, cool, right? Because it's multiplicative. So if you're taking 100 damage, then you're going to go multiply by 1.15 for the Veil buff, and then multiply by 1.05 because you've got 1 buff on you. It should be okay. So long as it multiplies all things at the same time, that's the only thing I would say. If it multiplies things in different points, as in I multiply something, then I add extra stats to it, then I multiply it again, then that's different. But I'm pretty sure... It's a weird piece. I'll keep it though. I'm pretty sure it's okay. Let's see if any of these reaction pieces are worth rolling, shall we? It's got to roll at least a 6. That's pretty awful. I keep them anyway just because it's reaction, right? You never know when you need it. I had so many crit damage reaction pieces. You wouldn't even believe. So many. Oh. Arkentum Teal still works the new spider. Yes, but it's a little bit... It's a bit risque. It's subject to 3%, but it's pretty stable. You still keep a lot of 5-star gear. It isn't easier for you to take all the 5-star and sell it. The only 5-star gear I've got, Vlad, are triple rolls. What hard spider teams are you guys running now? I have a 25 seconds Seer comp with Kaima reset. Anyone got faster teams? There is a fast team, Black Lion, that is Ignatius triple Teodor with Kaima. There is some other ones. I did have a concept of maybe running like double Cold Heart. The only thing that's very risky about it is if you miss the hex on any targets, then you get really like inconsistencies. And until we have like a guaranteed hex, it's really problematic. So why are attack percentage gloves are ranked so low in the optimizer, even in cruel and divine offense sets? They'll rank higher, Dima, if they have accuracy. If the attack percentage glove has no accuracy on it, it will get ranked low, because basically for you to land bombs you need attack percentage and accuracy. That's what it's doing. Now obviously there are always an exception to the rule, so whenever you're using ratings you should use it to inform but not make your decision. So there's always a possibility you look at it and go, do you know what, yes, it's actually a good piece because I might have an Astrolith, right? If you don't have Astrolith, then the context changes completely because you need accuracy. Oh, come on. I hate it when it triple rolls the stat you don't want, because now I have the dilemma, do I RNG it? Do I reforge it? Do I reforge it? Where should I use my Ragash? I use him, I don't use him in my arena team for tag just to test him. I use him as a lot as like a different carry in different places. He's great for just like doing some damage. He's defense based, so it's pretty easy to do. Saf, what blessing would you put on Maneater? Ooh. You're probably going to go Phantom Touch. The only problem is his base attack is quite poor. So scaling his attack is very difficult, so you don't get as much value from Phantom Touch. If you haven't got a Cruelty in your team, then Cruelty first. But, yeah. If you can't name a champ that uses it, then you should aura it. That's how I see it. That's true. Big Piranha, it's not a bad idea. The problem is, Big Piranha, if you have that attitude, when a champion comes out that you didn't think would need it, all of a sudden needs it, then you're like, oh, okay, now I don't have the piece, right? I'm in a position where I sold all of my Provoke gear because nobody used Provoke. You didn't need to do it. Now, Provoke is very good for someone like Uko in the arena. Don't have any Provoke gear, so I gotta go refarm it. So there's always a risk to that strategy. That's the thing, it's a good tank piece. The problem is, like, here's the thing, right? Orcs. What am I looking for in the Orcs faction? Who's tanking in this faction? Like Brago? I don't use him. If it was Warlord, it needs to be accuracy. Angar maybe, don't have him. So it's like, it's good, but who is it going to fit on? That's going to make sense. It's always a problem. It's probably why I probably won't I probably won't forge it. We started, by the way, on 19 million silver. I've got no silver left now. How brutal is that? I need to sell that. What's this mythical piece got? It's pretty trash. I did a lot of spider. I mean, a lot of spider. And I don't have many mythical speed. Like, I think I did about 400 runs of spider during clan versus clan in the tournament. I haven't kept any mythical pieces, really. I do need to get another gear cleanse, but I've run out of silver. Where did we get to in... What's this rolled? That's pretty terrible. Why are you taking LeBurger everywhere? Her animations are fast. LeBurger's animations are very quick. That's why I use her. Oh, well, we did enough to get to the fragment. It's pretty good. Oh, by the way, do you want to see what the odds of this chest is that we've got going on here? It's great odds. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I posted it in the clan chat. There we go. These are the odds from the silver chest. Basically, over 50% chance it's going to be gems or silver again. To be fair, I don't really know what I'd want out of it. Maybe I'd want the gems out of it. Because I don't really want the rare book. Like, the brew is pointless. I've got about 28 weeks of XP brew. So, maybe I just take the shard or the gems. Because a 5-star chaos ore is pretty terrible. 3-star chicken ain't going to help me when I've got like 200 of them. You got the chicken? Let's find out what I get, shall we? It's quite fun now because whenever whenever a chest comes out, I have to go figure out of all the different 10 variations what one have they used. It's a bit of a... It's like a 10-minute job when I see them. So, let's see. Oh. Wow, I've got 15 to go to my 1,134 collection. Amazing. Thank you. I've always wanted one of those. Hey, you know. We need to do a little bit of upgrade, but we'll probably do that when we rebuild our teams. Like, we're probably going to need to farm some more silver because I've run out. And I've got to do dragon building, so that's on the list. We're up to like 50 fragments. I think that's about what everyone should be on, right? 50 fragments. I've done the artifact enhancement event. I haven't done the dragon tournament yet, but I've done everything else. So we should be on like total 55, right? Is that correct? Everyone on 55? No, tomorrow's training. This is going to be training and dungeon divers. 55 minutes, yeah, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, we got some coins. Can we summon anything? Yeah, we can summon a soul stone. Grinner. Amazing. I always wanted a grinner. Sell. We're probably close. I wonder if we can sell any trash and have a chance at something interesting. How much do we need? What are we going to get rid of here? I'm never ever going to use Skull Crusher in my life, so we'll sell him. Well, I say that. Maybe I put him for like some sort of Fire Knight nonsense. Look at all these legendary champions that I don't own. I got an Acrisia now. I got the soul for Acrisia. I don't have the champion for Acrisia. It's really brutal. I'm close, see? I could probably do a War Chief paired with a... Get rid of Morag. Like how much do I need? Like 170? Maybe paired with like a 3-star-ish something. Like a Bonekeeper's kind of unique. Might use her at some point. Fodbar. Never gonna use Fodbar. And then... What was it, mage? For fun. For funsies. What are we gonna get? Probably a rare. Yay. Wow. 6 coins. Seriously? 6. Oh well. It was fun. I have built my my shards up now. We're sitting pretty. We got 139 ancients. ready for that mystical guaranteed ancient that we're going to get in about 2 centuries. Don't know when that's going to come. We did win the clan versus clan as well. It was a tough old fight, this one. It's a crazy last minute fight. They put up basically, in the last 10 minutes or so, they put up like 600,000 points in like 5 minutes. Stressed the heck out of me. Because I was monitoring it, making sure we had enough points. I even ended up pulling just out because I was nervous. I think I pulled out of my my champion vault. I think I summoned the Basatha, which is actually a solid champion. He's a decent champion. The problem is you just get him so late, but he's actually quite a solid champion. So I needed an extra points. But yeah, it was a kind of a crazy old clan versus clan, which we expected to be. But these rewards were really good, right? Got an extra legendary book, extra gems. We got like stuff up here as well. So got 3 legendary books again to use at some point. I actually might... I tried to book Stultus and we got really unlucky. We didn't get any of them on here. Now, 3 isn't going to get me anywhere. I would have liked this to be on a cooldown. But, you know. So... Saf, I've tested a 6-star Awakened Phantom Touch Dark Kael on Finite Hard. I'm pretty sure under perfect conditions it does 12 hits to the shield. Why would I do 12? Phantom Touch can only proc once, Kessel. I'm not sure why it would do 12. Why book Stultus for Dragon? So he can help get his... So basically to get his increased defense up. That's why I wanted it booked. I wanted this booked, but it all landed on this one, which is not terrible. But it's the one I kind of wanted booked. You don't need books, but it helps keep him alive if he's got an increased defense buff up a lot more. Also, you get a lot of damage bonus out of it. So, you know, if I can kill something 20% faster, then it's going to help, right? And let me just rephrase. I booked him after I already booked my Stultus, after I already booked all my main champions. I didn't have anyone else I needed to book, so I was all right. You know, if I had other champions that were higher priority, it was fine. But I booked your Kael, I booked Teodor, I had excess books, so I figured I'll book it into Stultus. I had to use them, I had 10 minutes to do it, so I just booked him. It's fine, it's okay. I maxed Basatha to use as a sneaky bolster, didn't go so great. The problem with Basatha is, it's a real problem. I don't really know how you fix it, because if you fix it the way they should, it's OP. This doesn't work on an AoE. That's the only problem. Because he does an AoE stun, it means you kind of lose the value of it. But yeah. He's still pretty good though, right? 100% chance to stun, 4-turn cooldown. This is really, really strong. He's a great carry. The problem is he's more of a like a carry champion to get you through the game. Not really a champion you'd want as like your 5th or 6th legendary. So... Right, where was it? So, first things first. Oh yeah, what I wanted to show you guys. Sorry, I got distracted. How did our clan do? We won. We actually came position 69. It was crazy, right? We were at one point position 48, and within the last 5 minutes, we dropped down to 69. Like, there's so many drops of places here. 17.2 million. I personally put in 544,000. Now, it's difficult because obviously Spiders just introduced 33% more and it was bugged. So basically people were doing probably slightly faster Spider 25 runs that were rewarding them 100 more points per run for the same amount of energy. So naturally the points are going to be higher. What I wanted to show... Look what I rolled the other day. Look at this piece. It's gross. Absolutely gross. Right, so Jeans is in chat. Jeans wanted help with a clan boss team, I believe. Let me just see. I'm reading up while you watch, while you stare at the beautiful piece that I rolled there. I'm just reading up what Jeans asked for some help on. Okay. Is this link up to date, Jeans? Yeah, I'm going to do yours afterwards, Jessica. Is this link that you've put in the chat up to date? Just sorted my Spider hard mode team. Congrats. It's good to see. It did require a bit of tweaking, didn't it, Al Martin, from that, so. Hey, Seth, I thought you were doing a gear cleanse on my account. I could do gear cleansing by deleting people's accounts, but I can't do it on my account. Wolfie, I did clean like 100 pieces out of my account. I got the inbox down to like nearly double figures, nearly, right? That's the thing, G-Man, right? It's perfect roll of the speed, and out of all the potential rolls, I only lost 5 accuracy. That's like, it's really good. Like, it's almost crazy. Like, it's so hard to get like perfect rolls, because not only is essentially, if you think about it, that's 5 off a perfect quad roll. How the odds of that is insane. Look, Wolfie, I'm down to 128. That's better. It was at 240. It was like 200 earlier. I need to clear the accessories, but if I use any more silver, I'm not going to be able to build my dragon team. So, well, I've done that, but I've got so much on my gear things. The problem is, what I need to do is I need to go in to all my vault champions and actually get rid of like the gear that I had from like 12 months ago that was really good at 12 months ago that's really trash now, so that I can put them back on. And also I've been re-gearing loads of champions, so of course probably half of them in the vaults are missing gear. And we can use the optimizer to find like partially geared champions, but it's not as easy to do. Tell you what we need to build, Wolfie. We need to build, you know, in the gearing filter, we need to make it so that we have an option to go partially geared artifacts versus partially geared accessories. Because often I'm like, I don't really mind about the accessories part. But if I do partially geared, sometimes like they're missing a ring or something. It's really annoying. We probably need to do that. So for Dark Kael, 3 hits A1. Each hit can have 2. Oh, you're factoring in the activation. Yes, sorry. Right, yes. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, if you activate... The problem is his activation is so unreliable. Like, you couldn't rely on those hits, but yeah, you could. I sent you a fresh link, but both are set to update on live. Okay, that's fine. I'll use the fresh link. Okay, so, chat. Jeans would like to build a new clan boss team. Let's have a look what he's using at the moment. Because he wants an affinity-friendly team, and he's got the Hellhades team. So I personally am not a major fan of Hellhades teams. I feel like Hellhades teams are very fiddly to put together. Now, I know some people will probably say he's much easier. I personally haven't used it an awful lot, which is probably not helping. But I always find that people aren't like... I never find anyone going, this Hellhades team is like so easy to build. It's god tier. It's amazing. There's always something problematic with them. So we're going to look to see what teams he's got and what champions he's got. And we're going to have a look. Now, whenever I do this, so... Here's a bit of a TLDR of how I look and advise people about Clan Boss. The first thing I do is go, okay, what unkillable options have we got? So, is there any unkillable champions? There's a single man-eater. Normally you need 2 for bat-eater. You can do stuff with those. And then block damage-wise, what have we got? Where's block damage? So we've got Uko, not really that. So we don't have a Demitha, so we instantly can't build a Demitha style team. We could do like a Warcaster thing, but I think Jeans basically wanted to go traditional. So we could do that. Because when you look in a traditional, you go, okay, do I have a counterattack? Yes, I've got a Martyr. Martyr's great. Okay, so we go Martyr, awesome. Have I got a good decrease attack option? You can see how easy it is to look at this when you're using the optimizer, right? This is whenever anyone asks me, can I get some help on a team? I'm like, give me a link. Because I can see what you've got so much easier. It's so much easier for me to do things. I can see what you're working with. We've got a Krisk. Okay. So we can lock Krisk in if we need to. The next thing I look at really is how do we get it into a 3-1? Because if you're running a traditional team, you often need to be in a 3-1. So we're looking at, okay, what kind of options we got. To get into a 2-1, you either need a buff that you extend, or you need a filler with a buff, or a filler on its own, right? And I always like to look for the buff, because I feel like the buff is more consistent for you to do things. We are helping Jeans find a clan boss team to replace his current team. So what do we got here? So for increased speed, we want to make sure the target is all allies. So Chris can do it, which is interesting. I like Claude for a lot of things, believe it or not. I think Claude is very good for lots of things. Where was the team that I built for you, Jess? I think we could build something off that. I built a team for Jessica, and then you went and pulled a fancy number of new champions, which changed the scope a little bit. But that framework that we had for your team is a good place to start, I think, because it gives us a good framework for the 2-1. So you can see here, this is basically a 2-1 team, right? This is the framework for a 2-1 team. You have your counterattack. What you're trying to do is at the end of every single AoE, you want to have ally protection, increased defense, some form of shielding if you've got it, and then all your priority buffs increase defense up. And then you need to have some sort of way to deal with the stun on the final wave. So this is the team that I built or designed for Jessica before, and then Jessica pulled a lot of different champions. So we need to look at hers. Darky, welcome to the Minion Club. Thank you for becoming a minion. Welcome, welcome. If you haven't got your role in Discord, go ping me. I really need to figure out why that integration won't work, but I really appreciate you becoming a minion. And hopefully, by the next stream, or the stream after, you will be able to use the new emotes that I've asked to be made. So we're talking Demon Lord, yeah. So how do we fix this here for this team? So one thing we've got here is we've got Anchorite extending, okay? Well, we don't really need that. We can run Krisk. Krisk is way better for this. Now, we've got to do a bit of tweaking because we need to basically get everything in the right place. Now, the other thing we can do with Krisk is we can drop the Clod potentially. So we could probably not run Clods because we're going to get Krisk's increased speed. If we can get Krisk's increased speed in the right place, we don't need to run the Clod, which means that frees up a spot, right? So we need to have the priority situations. You need to have counterattack. At a minimum, you need increased defense, decreased attack, and block debuffs at a bare minimum. That's your starting point. And an ally protector, right? Those are the 4 things you need to have. That's why in my free-to-play, I'm like, I can't build a competent team because I've got everything else, but I don't have the ally protector. You need all 4 of those. Once you've got all those, then you need to make, we need to look at how we can make it into a 2-1, and that's normally an increased speed buff with an extender. Chris kind of deals with all of this problem all on our own. We don't need a decreased attack because probably between Martyr's A3 and Krisk's passive, we're probably all right. We're okay. We don't need it. So at the moment, we've got from these 2 champions, increased defense, ally protection, even though we're going to probably look to see whether we can find a better ally protector. We have counterattack, which is going to help us for the damage. And we also have decreased defense because Martyr's A1 is very good, especially in counterattack. So we already have decreased attack, decreased defense, increased defense, counterattack, and we also have ally protection. So now we're basically filling out the roles with, can we find some sort of damage perspective? Now, damage in a traditional team is either a defense-based damage dealer or poisons. So we're kind of going to have to look here to see where we're going to find that. So obviously someone like Teodor is an interesting option for damage dealing. Not crazy, but good. There's no point looking at any attack-based champions in a traditional team for direct damage. You might as well just bring a poison and get the same effect because the amount of stats you're going to have to put into them to keep them alive. The only exception to the rule, as with all things, is Ninja. Ninja is the exception to the rule. He's always the exception to the rule. Because he essentially can run a lot less attack and crit damage and scale it from his passive. So, Jeans, how much are you using Ninja? How much is Ninja need to be free from Clan Boss? How much is he, crucial to your teams? Because if you want to hit high numbers, Ninja would be someone I would be looking at right now. Geo is good. Geo is better for affinity, though. Geo is a little bit difficult to use. He's completely free. So, Ninja, I feel like, needs to go into this team. Ninja's just going to pump damage. Right? He's just going to pump damage. So, ideally, we need to put... Right, let me just get these in the right rotation here. Krisk is going to have to go with Claude. And then Ninja's going to come in here. And then we just need to put some different delays on here. I don't know if we can do it with Krisk as the speed buffer. We might have a problem. There is all. Oh, Ninja as well. Ninja speed tune, of course. I forget about Ninja speed tune. It causes problems. Let me just duplicate, because I basically need to fix Ninja a second. Because if Ninja's A1 does freaky things, basically. It's really frustrating. That's the only downside. Actually, that's going to be a problem, I think. The only downside to Ninja is he has this habit of increasing his turn meter on the A1. If he weak hits, will it break? So let's not use Ninja, actually. Let's not use Ninja. Because I think that's where the problem is coming in here. Because Ninja is boosting turn meter. Let's just check that first by putting in someone like Teodor. Teodor's fine. Let's get it back into a rotation. I mean, it could be as well that I've got Krisk in the wrong place. And we can't rely on Krisk for the increased speed because it's not to lowest priority. Let's just put him here. I'm trying to basically make it so that Krisk gives us the speed buff alone, but I don't know if it's enough. I think we might need to bring a speed buffer with him instead and just disable his A3. Be better anyway. If that's the case, we need to have... Let's put you there. Let's bring Claude back in. Claude, it was a 1 turn delay, right? And then don't use that. And then that needs to be 2-2-1. Oh, you need to be 2-2-1, don't you? Okay, so I think if I put this in here and I take that out, we have problems. I don't think he can do it on his own. I think we need, at least I think so. Let me just check this again. Yeah, see, it's not falling into rotation. I don't think we can get into rotation with Krisk's A3. So we're going to have to bring someone else for... Okay, so Krisk and Martyr are locked in. We need to have an increased speed with that. Now, you can use Lydia if you want, right? Lydia's an option. So there's a trade-off, right? Lydia, you get decreased defense, you get weakened, you get strengthened. With Claude, you get decreased crit rate. So it depends. If you're not using Lydia for anywhere, then you would use Lydia, right? Lydia would basically come into the Claude's position here. We probably delay that by 1 turn. Now you get strengthened. Now all we need to do is tie up all the different abilities. We've got ally protection coming out for everyone. He's in the wrong position. So the only problem is we've got ally protection in the wrong position, essentially, because Teodor would normally be the ally protector, but I don't think we can run this dude there and still make this work, because the extension is going to be in the wrong place, I think. Oh, we can. Good. Have we got ally protection coverage, though? No. Don't think we can fix that, can we? Just see if I can fix the ally protection coverage. Don't think we can. So what I mean by ally protection coverage is we need Chris to put his ally protection up here. And then he has it back for this ability. See, we have no coverage. The only problem with Chris is if you use him exclusively as an extender, he doesn't really give you the same level of protection. You probably need another ally protector with him, believe it or not, to be effective. Hey Saf, thanks for the Accompton guides and ideas. The sunset has been hilarious to watch. It is quite fun to watch, isn't it? As everything just gets stunned. Let's have a look what we got here. Hey Whisper, I'm not doing too bad. I kind of want to use Urost. You got poisons. The problem is we got to make sure we got damage, right? You can get damage out of Martyr. Martyr hits really well. I don't think there's a Taragi here, is there? Unfortunately. Like, this guy's pretty good, but I think he's on a 4-turn cooldown. So I don't think he's very good. Yeah, it's just a 4-turn cooldown, which kind of loses value because you can't get it back in time. We also got to think about healing. Have we got any healing in this team? Which we do not have. We also need something like... Obviously, I've got Pythian here, right? So we need a solution for the stun. So either you block it or you cleanse it. Now, I don't really want to... I'll be honest. I would not advise using Pythian in here unless you had no option, because he's too good a champion not to put in here. So our options are... Like, we probably want a block debuffs. Now, the difficulty you've got here is you could use Teodor, but Teodor is a nightmare to speed to. Because he'll never use his Veil buff at the right time, and then you won't have a block debuffs up in time to stop. Like, if you look here, even in this team, it's a problem, because if you look at the end here, you've got... mind you, this is not going to work at the moment because we got the wrong one. Like, so what we need to have is Chris at 221. We'd want Teodor at 254, and we'd want to swap Teodor for someone like A. I'm going to go with... A3, we have all protection there. Good. Right, so the clan boss will pick on someone who doesn't have increased defense. Okay, so in this team here, the only one that gets stunned is going to be Lydia. Now, that's not a problem because you can build Lydia with low HP. The issue is going to be here. You can't, like, she's crucial to the speed tune. And she's going to get stunned. So you either have to cleanse that. Like, Pythian needs to be a cleanser and a block debuffer in this team. Or you run like a block debuffer with a buff extension. because you need to have a block debuffs for the AoE for speed for spirit, right? So that's the problem here. That's why Pythian actually, a lot of people don't really like, or a lot of people probably aren't thinking instantly he's a clan boss team. He's very good here because you can see we're going to put it up here. We get the passive reduction, and then Lydia is going to go after Pythian's A2, which means that the stun that Lydia took is going to get cleansed. Lydia gets a turn. Now, the only problem with this type of team is, have we got enough damage to do anything meaningful? Now, Marta is going to hit hard. Pythian won't. Vaself can hit decently, but not crazy numbers. Krisk hits average to best. Like, you haven't got an... like, there's no... Where's the poisons coming from? Which is why I'm thinking maybe... Like... The problem you've got here... The advantage with Krisk is you're running double ally protection. So actually, Lydia is going to get protected from the ally protection, which will help keep her alive, which is nice. Because essentially, Krisk is going to go with his A1. Then he's going to extend. So he takes the first hit. And then Vaself will take the second hit. So you're distributing your damage between your protectors. The problem you've got with this team, I think, is a lack of damage. So you could drop the... you could drop for Vaself, the Vaself for Urost. And that will give you poisons. But the problem is, if you do that, you don't... Where's the healing coming from? Because you have no leech. Yes, you get healing from Pythian, but it's not crazy healing. There's no leech on the team. So, it lacks a bit of damage. You know, we could go for something like a Urost. Urost has some decent poisons. But it's tricky. It's where Ninja comes in, right? Because Ninja can abuse the mechanics heavily. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think like bringing in Godseeker and Eerie is going to help. Like, we don't even have a weaken in this team, right? This is the problem with having needing to bring a second ally protector to cover this. Like, you could probably drop one of the ally protectors and then use that protection slot for an extender, but the extenders don't bring any damage either. Oh, Lydia has weaken. Yeah, sorry. Lydia has weaken. Yeah, sorry. Ignore me. But really, we'd be looking for, like... This is why Taragi is very good, right? Because you get the poisons with the ally protection. But really, I'd be looking at, okay, who can we use as a poisoner? You know, someone like Draco would normally be the option. Someone like a Aox is not terrible. Nama. Nama's going to extend debuffs, but not extend buffs. So we got a bit of a tricky situation. It's like, so basically, the team is going to be safe. The team will last probably till turn 60 easily, right? Because you've got Strengthen plus Pythian passive. The problem is, where's the damage coming from? Now, you could just generally build enough damage up from ally protection, counterattacks, right? Everyone's going to have counterattack on every single AoE. It's going to always be up. It would just be nice if we get some sort of poison. The problem is, if we take Pythian out of this team, where's the protection going to come from the debuffs? Because... I mean, Mithrala's an answer. Mithrala's an answer. If we put her into like don't know if we can make it speed team friendly though. That needs to go there. The problem is then, like, because we haven't got block debuffs, Mithrala's a better poisoner than Beck. Although bad Alcazar would give you continuous heals as well. The problem is, though, even bad Alcazar is not going to work here because the spirit debuff, right? The spirit debuff's the problem here. Oh, wait, we can do it. There we go. Okay, but can we get them in the right rotation now? It's the only problem because Krisk is not in the right position. So we can do it if we take the delay off that, we can get it into a speed tune. The only problem is Krisk is in the wrong position for everything. Because that's the thing, even though you can get it into a speed tune, you need all the speeds to line up. So he's going there, which is not where we want him to go. Oh, that's better. What have we got coverage-wise here? Increased defense, counterattack up on everyone. Ally protection up on everyone. We've got Vasulf protecting here with his A2. That's fine. And then when we get back around here, Vasulf should go with his A3 one more time. So we get ally protection, strengthen, counterattack. It might be okay. It might be okay, actually. But here's the problem now. Bad Alcazar is going there. So it's making it spirit friendly. But it's not making it speed tune friendly because effectively Lydia is stunned when she can't be. Because we need him to do his A2 here. And he's not. So speeds are an issue for Spirit. If you don't, this is why a block debuff champion is so valuable. When you get to Spirit, it's a problem because it's going to break the speed tune because we haven't got cleanse capability, which is probably why someone like Pythian is an answer, but he has no damage. This is the problem. Pythian has no damage, right? So if we just do one turn delay there. Nope. How do we get this in tune now? One turn delay. Find it in a minute. That's close. Why is this not falling into tune? What was the non-spirit one? One turn delay? Yeah. Is that right? Sorry guys, I'm just trying to remember what the speed tune was. It'd help if Pythian wasn't doing that. That's probably what the problem was. Spirit. Yeah, there we go. He was using his revive skill. So there you go. So the advantage with this is we can basically just run Pythian and he will cleanse every single time. But the problem is you take Bad L out, you lose your damage. So what if you open Krisk A3? You could do. There's decreased attack with Martyr's A3 and with Krisk's passive. It's normally enough coverage on a 2-1. It's okay. We haven't yet. We're just having a look at this team to try and see if we can figure out how to build damage in. So, I mean, this could work. It could probably still... I mean, it's not going to do 150 mil damage because you have no poisons. What you could do is you could build some people in... you could build some people in toxic gear, right? That can help. Yeah, but I don't really think... Yeah, odd one. We can't use Teodor because if I put Teodor in this slot, look what happens, right? She's not got Veil. She's not got block debuffs. She's going to get attacked, so then we can't cleanse it, so it breaks the speed tune. So that's why Pythian is very good, is because not only do we get coverage for the speed debuff, we're getting the cleanse on Lydia, because Lydia is always going to be the stun target. There's nothing we can do about it. And Teodor's cooldowns mean that he can't reliably get his Veil in the right position, because if you can always get him to Veil here, then she's fine, because she'll never get... when this Veil happens here, she'll never get attacked. Now, it depends if the Teodor is booked. Let's see if the Teodor is booked at all. Oh, it doesn't tell me because the list is still showing. Is your Teodor booked, Jeans? Yeah, it's a problem, see? You just can't reliably do it. I mean, I'd be curious to see how much damage it does. Like, I'm curious to know how much damage it... Because what you got to remember is, Martyr does do a lot of damage. You know, you are going to get counterattacks. You are going to get Martyr. You are going to get people like Lydia. If you put a couple of toxic sets in here, it could work, right? Yeah, but Teodor can't fit the speed tune because we haven't got protection for Lydia. If Lydia gets stunned, the speed tune falls apart. So, it's a no-go. Right now, this gives you full protection coverage. But I'm just not sure how much damage it deals. So... But the problem you're having right now, Jeans, is your... the problem you're having right now, Jeans, right, is that you are not affinity friendly, yeah? I mean, it's going to survive the 50 turns, probably. You've got double ally protection, leech, decrease attack. As long as the decrease attack gets placed by the critical all time, and you've got backup from Martyr. Like, Martyr's going to do an A3 every 3 turns. So you've always got a backup decrease attack. No, because if Sandlash goes in, then we don't have any healing, right? This is affinity friendly. Didn't you say that you weren't affinity friendly? Your current team. You said that this team that you're running here is not affinity friendly, right? You said this wasn't affinity friendly. Yeah, so this would be affinity friendly. It just depends on how much damage you output. Now, you can, as I said, index into some toxic sets, right? 217 speed and a high damage Martyr toxic set could be interesting. You will have an awful lot of damage reduction, right? You're going to have strengthen up all the time. You're going to have Pythian's passive up because you've got more than 5 buffs. You're going to have a shield. I don't think you get any shield in. That's the only thing that Claude gives you that you don't get here. You don't get any shielding, which is a bit concerning, but it's not too bad. You know? You will have ally protection up for your stun target as well. The good thing is, this isn't touching any of your current team. So you could build it, and if it doesn't work, then we call it a failed experiment, right? It's one of those things, I can't tell you whether it's going to be enough. I can tell you I'm concerned about the damage, but I couldn't tell you whether or not it matters, because, like, we thought when we did the clan boss draft for Hellhades, when we did his team with Kyoku and that, we didn't think it would do anywhere near the damage it did, and look how much it did. It went nuts. He actually broke... He lasted all the way through to the turn count. Granted, Kyoku's very strong for that, but, you know, he didn't have Pythian back then, so... Yeah, but where's Brago going to come in? Brago... So here's the thing, right? If I bring in Iron Brago, we have to take out either healing, counterattack, or weaken. Iron Brago is not going to give you more than weaken, counterattack, or healing. We can't replace the Pythian because we don't have protection for Lydia. You'd never... No. You never... Brago, by far. Counterattack... Do you know how much damage counterattack is? It's so crazy. 1, it's healing. 2, it's extra Wall Master procs. 3, it's on hit damage. 4, better for toxic sets. It's just like... There's no way that that Brago gives you more than a counterattack. No way. We can't run Teodor here because we can't protect the Lydia. I would say if you want a classic team, Jeans, this is what I would suggest you try to begin with. Okay, try that, see what you think. And let me know. The good thing, as I said, is your current team still works, right? You don't have to touch any of your current champions. You can build your new team, see how it looks. If you feel like when you've built it for the first time, it's getting nowhere near the damage you need, then we'll have to have another time. But we'll see how it goes. Joe, the problem is, where's the healing coming? We basically only have healing from Pythian, and that's not a big heal. Unless he's cleansing debuffs, it's not enough healing. You need to put everyone in lifesteal, which means you're then sacrificing gear. So, and yeah, you'd need ally protection. As I said, it's one of those difficult builds that nobody can really be replaced unless you've got like really, really strong champions. Like if you had Kyoko, you changed the scheme again. Right, so moving on to the next question, which is for Jessica. We built something similar to that, but then Jessica went and pulled champions, right? Cat, you're in the way. What are you doing? Hello, come on in. No? You don't know what you want. So again, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to look now what Jessica's got. Am I doing takeovers? I'm giving advice to 2 of the minions who are looking for some guidance on things. I'm not really doing takeovers just yet because I'll probably leak everyone's login information. But, you know, I do want to help people. Okay, so no Demitha, but you did say you pulled Unkillable, right? You said you pulled a Man-Eater. So we got a Man-Eater. Give it a go, Jeans. If it doesn't work out, it's not the end of the world, right? We can always come back and have another go at different teams. But sometimes it's worth just giving something a go. It's very difficult to know how much damage you're going to do because it depends on how good your gear is. It depends on how good you can get Marta. Marta can do some significant amount of damage. I've seen her do lots of stuff. She's not to be, she's not necessarily like, ninja level, but she does a lot. So we've got the words are coming into my mind. So we've got a Man-Eater. Do we have a Seeker? Okay, we don't have a Seeker. Do we have a Deacon? Okay, we have a Deacon. So Man-Eater Deacon is an option. We've also got Taragi and Geo. What are we looking like in terms of speeds here? I need to reset this. Substats, speed. $23, $22, $21, $18, $19, $16. Okay, so decent speed. Got a really good interesting banner there for Man-Eater, 18 speed. I'm thinking we do probably a budget team here for Man-Eater. So you do have the framework for an interesting traditional because we've got Taragi, right? So we know you've got that team that we built on. I sent you on Discord. So that's an interesting. We've got Ethos now. Look at that. Wow, you've got some great options here. Rhonda. But let's have a look at some budget Man-Eater options. Now, you don't have Ninja on this account because it's obviously a relatively new account. So we can't do that. I don't think we got a Warcaster, have we? Oh, we do have a Warcaster. Just having a look at a team on Deadwood site. because I'm not familiar with some of these budget versions. Can we run a Warcaster here? Does it work? Problem is affinity friendly, right? It's going to be bad affinity. It still works for affinity as well. Could work. But we don't have a Seeker. Which means this is not going to work, right? Because we need the Seeker. Okay, so that's not going to work. We don't have a Seeker. That's frustrating. It's a shame we don't have a Seeker. If we had a Seeker, we'd be in a... We'd be in an interesting situation. Need 2 man-eaters for that. Oof. Do we have a ping keeper? No ping keeper. Oh, this is difficult. I don't know if we've got an unkillable team here. Trying to find something that doesn't require a... Well, that could do it. Spirit break it? No. Warcaster cover. Does break it, right? Let's use one turn, turn 3. Okay. Oh, maybe we can't use Warcaster and Ultra Nightmare. Oh, that's frustrating. Okay, so that one's out. Not having a Seeker. This is why Seeker is so strong, right? Seeker is such a dominant role. Unless we do something like this. This could do it. I'm not as familiar with some of these Warcaster offshoots. Warcaster... Block, unkillable, block, unkillable. It's with an apothecary, but I don't know if we've got one built, have we? No, we don't, but we could easily use something else. Okay, so we could build something like this. We could build something like this, you know. Use the defense aura genes. Defense aura. Defense is more damage for your team. So we could build something like this. We've got a Warcaster in this. Oh, have I just deleted the wrong link? No, I didn't. Good. So we got a Warcaster. Okay. We got a Man-Eater Draco. So we don't need to use Draco here, so we can substitute that out for someone who has got decrease defense and weaken skills. Decrease defense. More important than anything else, decrease defense. Early on, weaken is actually better than decrease defense when the boss's defense is so low. Later on, defense is better than weaken. Do we have anyone that does it combined? We do have a Ruella. We have a Ruella. Farrakhan, I don't think he does both. I think he does decrease defense and poisons, but he's an ally attack. What options do we have for weaken? Geo, not really good in this team. Whisper can't go in this team. Can Whisper go in this team? I don't think so. I think Whisper's gonna break it. I think Relentless breaks this. Let me check. Yeah, Whisper I think breaks it, so we can't use that. So yeah, so we could do we could put Ruella in here. I need to find like an unkillable version of Ruella. Now the only downside to Ruella is her A4, her A2 has got a very long cooldown. You kind of want like weaken on a reliable, you'd want decreased defense on a reliable basis because you're not going to be attacking an awful lot. I don't think she's reliable enough on such a low speed. Oops, that's decreased speed. I need decreased defense. I kind of like Suai for this, maybe. What's the cooldowns? Oh, Aina, sorry. We need basically a decreased defense that's reliable because the speed turn, we're not going like crazy amounts of turns. Yeah, it's similar play because it might even be the same type of team. But Aina could be interesting because we get a 3-turn weaken. Oh, she got an extra chance turn. She's out. Such a silly thing to have. I think it fails because we need you got to have a booster, but he does the extra turn. So I think it fails. See, you don't get the speed buff. See, that's what we got to remember with Deacon. You don't get the speed buff, and the speed buff is actually quite important. You know, we could use Ruella here, but I don't really think that's a good idea. Like Farrakhan would make sense in the Septima slot maybe for some ally attack. Like we could run Farrakhan here. You get yourself some increased crit rate. You get what do you get here? You basically get poisons, HP burn, decreased defense on an A1. So I think Farrakhan 100% comes in. Option 2 then is, okay, so we've got someone who's given us burns and poisons, so we just need a weakened champion now, really. Because we don't really need any more other damage in here because we're getting it mostly from Farrakhan. So ideally we would bring someone with weaken. So what options have we got here? We've got a Geomancer. Could go in. The only problem is the burns conflict with Farrakhan a little bit. Is he the one that does... I always mix up Arndulf and Sir Artemage. Yeah, he's not the right one. I always mix up Artemage and Arndulf. One of them does decreased defense on an A1, which is actually quite nice. I mean, we could go Geo. I think Geo, yeah, it's got to be Geo, right? So you basically put Geomancer in here. Now, basically, what we want to do is figure out where we want Geomancer to use his A3, right? We don't want Geomancer using his A3 and then Farrakhan using his A2. Now, I don't think we're going to really be able to do much because unless we prioritize Farrakhan's A2 so that we know when he's going to do it more regularly, and then we can put Geomancer... Yeah, so if we put Geomancer at 158, Farrakhan at 207, then Farrakhan does his A2, then Geo does his burn, so we're okay. Ah, he's changed his position there. Why has he changed his position? Because the 207 is running at 4-3. Which is not great. I was hoping we'd have it consistently. What if we do that? That one's not so bad. He's going to replace the burn there, which is a problem. So, put him back to... What if we put a delay on that? It's a problem, he's going too slow. Because if you replace the Geomancer burn, then obviously you're not getting the Geomancer passive, which is a problem. So... this could work if we put basically the highest priority there. The only problem is it's replacing the burn here. Yeah, but it's trying to get him to go immediately after. That's the problem. That's what I'm trying to get him to do. Either to go before or after, right? So, for example, if we get rid of the burn here, and then we basically say, always use your burn there, he'll do A2, A2, but there's no Geomancer A3 here because Geomancer's running on a 4-3. So, you know, and if we can't force the Geomancer to basically go A3 here, which means we're going to lose the burn. Which means for an AoE, we don't have it up. So he's going to replace it. I mean, we could try and see if a delay helps. A3. See, A3, A2, A1, he's moving around a lot because of the slot he's in. If I put him in a 207 instead, then Farrakhan now is going in on the 4-3, which we can then program the A3 to be placed here. The problem is Farrakhan now is moving his A2 around. If we don't prioritize the A2, we prioritize the A3. We can make sure that Farrakhan does his A2 here. Problem is, it's going to replace the bin because it's a 2-on-2. Unless we change it here. Oh, maybe that's the way here. Maybe this works. Yeah, this works. There we go. Okay, so this could work, right? We basically force a couple of delays, so we make sure that Geomancer puts his burn up in the middle, and then Farrakhan does his A2, which means that we always have it's on a 3-turn, so it won't replace it. Yeah, that's what we need to make sure, that he did his A2 straight after the burn. No, we're working on Jessica's team, Kessel, and then we're going to get to the dragon. So, what do you think about that, Jessica? This should be able to do Ultra Nightmare quite comfortably. The speeds aren't crazy. 130 for an Apothecary. You can run, if you wanted to, instead of Apothecary, you can run Haikatoon if you want as well. I'm pretty sure Haikatoon is just a swap in. Yeah. So if you want to run Apothecary, you can run Apothecary. If you want to run Haikatoon, you can run a Haikatoon. It doesn't really matter. It just depends what you're using for different areas of the game and what you've already got. So Haikatoon, for example, you've got at 50 already. Apothecary, I can see you're working on. Apothecary will give you more damage because of Giant Slayer, but he won't necessarily go crazy. Now, in terms of stun targeting, this is affinity friendly as well, because Man-Eater's just a beast. Just got to make sure Farrakhan doesn't have Master Hexer. Yes. Yes, don't put Master Hexer. Yeah, but I think the speeds are so low, Sophtouch, that, to be honest, I don't think it matters. Like, if you put an aura on this, you're getting to the point where can you even build someone as slow as Apothecary? So, but that's what I would build. So I'm going to share this. So you've got two teams now. You've got the traditional team you could build if you wanted to, or this. I think this one is probably more accessible for the damage and your gear. You'll be able to one key. You'll be able to one key... Not one key, sorry. You'll be able to probably 2 key with good gear. Might be a 3 key Ultra Nightmare early on. But Geomancer on Affinity is very strong, right? So what you got to remember about Geomancer, he gets much stronger on Affinity than he does Void. Because the Affinity boss will attack 4 times in 4 attacks. He won't do... So the Void boss does 3.6 times 1 on his A2. Where on Affinity he does 1 times 4. So he attacks 4 times. So it procs things like Revenge has 4 more chances to work. His passive has 4 more chances to work. It makes a big difference. Right, so now that we've done that interlude, I hope that was helpful. I hope that was interesting for people as well watching along. You can see the challenges of a traditional team right there, right? You can see why me and Hellhades, when we're looking at new champions that come out that we're trying to build into a traditional team, why we struggle so much, because we are, you know, we're working like kind of flat out to try and figure out how to fit everything into a team that's very, very tricky. Yeah, I sent it to you in Discord. I pinged you in Discord. Do you know what, Bill? I actually don't think I've got another... I've been meaning to look at it. I don't think I've actually got another Geomancer. Because that's definitely a champion I should probably build a duplicate of. Right, let me just see what questions we were here. If I missed any of your questions when I was doing that, I'm sorry. Just ask me again. But with that speed, you can't use Geo for other content. Potentially okay buy. But if Jessica's not doing Ultra Nightmare, then that's what I'm saying. That's like more important. And then you can look to substitute Geomancer out as you get more powerful champions and different options and better gear and lots of different things, right? Offense, defense, mastery, so you can get counter procs. Yeah, exactly. Let me close all these tabs now. Hi, what would be the best sets for Ninja in Clan Boss and Killable? Is Savage, Lethal almost a must? No. Vincent, Savage, Lethal does nothing in Clan Boss because the defense is already so low. You probably want to go for stats over sets more than anything else. Reflex is quite good. If you have a team that can support Relentless, that's quite good as well. But a lot of Clan Boss teams can't. But Reflex is great on him because the more A2s you get, the better you get more damage, right? Is Teodor Ackerton Clan Boss team? Ackerton is a great poisoner on his own. Teodor probably with Ackerton will overfill the debuff bar, so you're going to struggle. Let's have a look now. Let's have a look, see. Has anyone actually got any more teams in? Let's have a look. I haven't looked at this in a while. It's balanced, guys. Has anyone actually got any success rates? Literally can't find me any teams. Do you know why? I don't have Cardiel. Hilarious. Meanwhile, in Spider 10 hard, 972 teams. I have to purge all that. Right, what I wanted to look at was Dragon Hard 10. I don't normally start with looking at team suggestions. I don't like to copy. Look at LeBurger. That's the thing with LeBurger. She's fast. Actually, I can see why people are using her here. Because of her passive. LeBurger has a very powerful passive that I don't really use. Look at this. It's insane. I'm not surprised. I've been looking for a way to maximize her. We might do this now that LeBurger's not being used for my... now that LeBurger's not being used for my Spider team, we might be using it for this. Check Discord for a consistent team. Are you sending me YST? Yeah, but I don't have Tomb Lords, and I don't have Lanicus, and I don't have Siffy. YST. That's the problem, isn't it? You need like 3 champs. And I'll be honest, 4 minutes 32 is good, but like that's a hell of a long fight. Is there a Mythia comp variation that can support Relentless? I don't think there is, Sammy. I don't think there is. Oh, maybe I'm wrong, actually. Maybe there is. I don't know. Deadwood's Discord is the best place for that. What does Siffy do? Probably keeps the team alive, I would have thought. Hello, mate. So Plarium has changed something in Hard Spider 10. So my question is, working the Hex plus Acton duo? Yes, it is. Ford Mustang. My team is like, I'm 95 to 97% happy with this team. It's pretty straightforward. Elva could sub in. No, because you lose increased defense, Tico. So this is a 3% scenario. because we didn't get full hex either. This is the only problem now with this team is it's very subjective to 3%. And we also got rid of all the poisons there, which is not great. But this is why I put Taurus in, so that we got the poisons back. I don't think this is going to do it, though, because... Oh, we did. We're fine. It's a little bit... I'm nervous with it. I'm nervous because of the 3%. If I miss a hex in different places, it's risky that this team can fail. Like, I missed sensitivity this time. Even though they all have enough accuracy, it's just 3%ing everywhere. But I've put in... With Taurus now, we've got some safeguards. Because we basically bring more poisons. To cover off a couple of 3%. And that's normally enough. Like, this is the worst case scenario I've had. But we've got poisons to finish it off. This is where having that Taurus over Glazea has proven to be a little bit safer. But I've considered like a double Cold Heart Hex strategy. He's 3%ed again. It's amazing how much 3%ing he's doing. Maybe he's actually low on accuracy. Maybe I need to check the number. That's a lot of 3%ing he's doing. Yeah, there will be. Once they've finished bug fixing MM0, the problem is they still have bugs. It's still not working properly. So until they finish bug fixing it, we're just like deleting it and then only having to delete it again. How much accuracy has this dude got? He's a bit low, actually. I should probably boost him up a little bit. Thank you. Yeah, I want to ask how much accuracy share of champions. About 345. 345 is a good position to be in. My Dark Kael got a bit of a hammer in, as you can see. Like, I've messed up with different gear all over the place. So, I probably just... Yeah, so basically, I was entertaining the idea of running a team that was... Now, I don't know if it's going to work without Kaimar, but essentially a weakened champion, someone like a Taurus, then a Cold Heart, and a Hex champion like Ruel. And you basically would go weaken, Hex, nuke, that's 20% damage. The AoE from the Hex will kill the Spiderlings from the Cold Heart max HP. So that will cause the Spiderlings to die, which then attacks the Queen. And then you reset and you run it again. Now, the only risk you've got is if the Spiderlings respawn before the Queen takes a turn, then you're going to fail. If you don't land a Hex on all the enemies, then one of the Spiderlings is going to be alive. They're going to heal the Queen. Very, very finite. I just don't really know if it's that reliable, but... I think this team can be pretty much like 98%. I don't know if I can ever get it 100% because of the risk of a 3%, right? What if I miss Hex on too many targets, right? This is fine because we've hexed everyone. We're okay. We've added some security into the team by bringing in Dark Kael. He gives 1 extra poison, which means we get 1 extra poison damage on the Queen if something misses. And we've also added in Taurus here to just basically dump a load of poisons out on the enemy. So we have some security. It consistently does around about 26 seconds. That's what its consistency is. So essentially, the way that it works, Ford Mustang, is we put poison out on the enemy, which is going to be important for Akimtum. We put weaken because the Spiderlings will do 25% more damage to the Queen with weaken out there. We hex with Ruel. We use Ruel's passive, which does 10% more damage it basically multiplies the Spiderling's damage to the Queen by 10%. Then we are using Akimtum to basically do all the damage, right? So what happens is whenever a poison activates on an enemy, then all enemies under Hex take damage equal to 100% of that poison. And 100% of that poison on a Spider Queen basically equals about the same HP as a Spiderling. So the Queen takes a turn, but before she takes a turn, the poison activates, which kills all the Spiderlings, which damages the Queen, and then the Queen can't eat any Spiderlings because they're already dead. So all we're having to do now since the bug fix is reapply the Hex, and then I'm dumping poisons back on her if Kael activates too many, and we're using 10% from a Cold Heart just to get us over the line. So that's how the team works. It's very cool, very balanced team. But 3% is just the risk with this team. I didn't skip the right chance to finish my idea, but when you HP burn activate and it's part of the damage to kill the boss, she doesn't heal so effectively. That turn is a 30% max HP. Yeah, I don't know what she's doing. Does Stultus' passive require Axie? Yes. And does it use his Axie or the Dragon's Axie? So I believe... I'm certain that Agreth, unless they silently bug fixed it, was using her accuracy, not his. Because he seemed to be resisting an awful lot at the top end of Agreth's Doom Tower. And he had more than enough accuracy. But I don't know about the dragon, basically. So... But yeah, so I want to use Leberga. Actually, I think it's a genius idea, right? Because what you want to do is you want to keep the poisons on the dragon as long as possible. And what Leberga has is this passive that anytime she gets attacked, she's got a 50% chance of extending the durations of all poisons. She brings her own poisons, and she brings increased defense and increased attack. So you bring buffs for Seer. This is why when Leberga was announced, I was talking to Sophia at the time in mod chat. She was like, we reckon this would be a good speed tune champion. And I've been using her in Ice Golem for a very long time. However... I was just using it as a quick buffer because her animations are very fast, right? When you watch her do anything, the advantage you have with her is her animations are super fast. And that's what you kind of want when you're speed tuning things. You want things that are just going to happen very quickly. Oh, we haven't done Doom Tower. We haven't done this here. We'll have to do that in a second. So like, if I just show you now, right, Leberga. Look how fast these animations are. I don't want to use multi-battle. I hate it when it does this. I don't want to use multi-battle. I don't want to use my pre-save team. Thank you. Yes. Fast animations. You know, the walking one is slow, but these are fast. Like, fast. That's why she's good. My Stultus only has 180 accuracy and he reflects the poison as far as I can see. So that's the thing. He should be resisting. That's what I don't understand. He should be resisting. So like right now, how much accuracy is in? I had to put him in accuracy and I bug reported it and I was told the reason why it wasn't working is I didn't put enough accuracy on. And I was like, I'm pretty sure it's using the target accuracy because on floor 50... the queen had the same amount of accuracy as resist. So therefore, the equation means it's going to be pretty close. Like, I can check, right? So where's my Stultus here? We're going to have to rebuild him anyway because he's in a terrible build. Right now, Stultus is in 379. If I just remove this banner, he's now in 283. If I just remove the amulet, it's probably got loads. Hasn't actually got that many there. Is he in an accuracy chest? Where's he got all his accuracy from? Just remove that. Remove that, right? He literally has no accuracy now. We can put him in like a HP banner so he just stays alive because otherwise he's going to die here. Something without speed. I'll do. Let's just see if it reflects. So we're going to go stage 7. What's the accuracy level for stage 7 here? Holy crap. Someone's got this team down at 36 seconds. Must be some crazy speeds. Dungeons. So Dragon's Lair stage 7 hard. That has a requirement of 300 accuracy. Okay, so we should be seeing resists. Let's just bring... someone like a Pythian and a Stultus. Yeah, you don't want resist on him because otherwise he never takes the poisons, right? Damn weak affinity. Stupid weak affinity. It's really annoying. Dragon 7 needs 300 accuracy according to the data. So, realistically, with his current situation... Yeah, with his current situation here, he should not send any poisons back on the enemy whatsoever. He didn't. So he needs accuracy. This didn't reflect any back. Because he ain't got any resist. We got no deflection back, so he's resisted, right? So you do need accuracy. The boss has got 275 resistance, so you need 300 accuracy, and I took all of my accuracy off of my Stultus. So he's only got like 200 accuracy right now. Done this crit damage though. What crit damage? Yeah, I mean, he probably 3%ed that. Oh, is he strong affinity here? Oh, well, that'd be why. Probably a weak hit. Good point. Let me move it up a stage. Let's move it up to stage 8. Might get some better results there. Stage 8 is 4, so he's normal. We also don't have all this nonsense, so we can kill this wave one shot, apart from that bad L. You realize she basically one-shot that wave with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 buffs. It's a bit sick, really, isn't it? Right, let's see. You know, I had a pretty long conversation with a mod, and they were utterly convinced that the reason why, when I went and said back to them, one of my people in the video that I did a video on Stultus for Agreth, because when I saw his kit, I was like, he's amazing for Agreth. Really, really good. Basically Paragon, but much faster. And I said to him, in that, one of my people, I did a video on it, and I was like, I can't understand why I've got enough accuracy, it's not working. And when someone in the video commented, I think, looking at it, it's using the boss's accuracy to make the check, because the Queen had, on stage 50, Agreth has 200 accuracy, 200 resist, so therefore everything lands. But when you get to stage 90, the resistance goes up, the accuracy doesn't go up as much, right? If I look at Agreth stage 90 in Doom Tower, rotation 1, Agreth 90 hard. She has 330 resistance, but only 250 accuracy. That's why the resists are happening more often, because now you're not in equation, right? You haven't got enough accuracy. So his passive should be using his accuracy. It's not. It uses the target's accuracy. And what was frustrating is it's not like they just passed me off. They put it to the developers. The response I had back from the mods were, the developers have tested it and they've told me you just needed to put more accuracy on it. And I was like, well, how much accuracy? Because I put a lot of accuracy on it. When I tested it, I put him in over 400 accuracy with an aura. Because I was like, well, maybe I just need to put more accuracy. Maybe there's a bug. And I always had lots and lots of resists. This just proves me right that, and proves the person in the chat who in the comments of the videos that were right, basically saying, well, yeah, the reason why is because it's using the target's accuracy. Because at stage 8 hard, for Dungeons, Dragon's Lair, stage 8 hard, what has he got? The boss has 300 accuracy and 290 resistance. So you need 315 accuracy to beat. So he has enough accuracy to beat his own resistance. It's like they think I don't know what I'm talking about. It's incredibly frustrating. Because they act like I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, I know what I'm talking about. I'm not making this stuff up. Might as well see if we can beat it whilst we're here. I won't bug report that. If I've already bug reported it once and they've looked at it and they can't see the bug, they don't deserve my QA anymore. They can figure it out themselves at some point, because I'll be honest, it's just highly frustrating. We beat it anyway. Okay, well that changes the scope of things then. You know, I can understand them making a bug, right? Taha, that's the thing. I'm all for it. That's the thing. It wasn't an automated response. I physically had a message back from the mods that said the developer had come back, they tested it internally, and they found that I just needed to run more accuracy. So it's not even like it was an automated message. They went and tested it, and they found that they just didn't assume it correctly. I mean, the Fire Knight Shield bug fix today wasn't a bug I don't really know if you can call it a bug if you just didn't code it, because they just didn't code the shield. They didn't tell it that only destroy max HP when the shield is up. They just didn't put it in the code. So, but yeah, I mean, I was told it wasn't a bug, and it is. And it's not a problem if that's the case, but then it should say this effect cannot be resisted. But actually, it shouldn't be. It should actually say it uses the enemy's accuracy, but clearly that's a bug because that shouldn't happen. Like, after all, if Riho reflects debuffs back, does she do it with... does Riho require accuracy? I can't really test because I got mine in 472 and I'm not stripping another champion. So... Another thing, by the way, guys, they changed a bunch of text descriptions today. So someone reported to me that Skrank wasn't doing what he said he was doing. Which is true, he wasn't. Because this ability now magically said if at least one enemy is hit with a critical hit. They've changed this text description today silently. This used to say fills this champion's turn meter by 15% for each critical hit. Now it's if it's at least one enemy. And it changes it because that means now it's actually saying he gets 15%. He doesn't get 15% per enemy. They changed Michinachi's passive as well. They also changed this, by the way. Where is it? This changed from Veil to Shield. This said Shield. It said Veil. For example, only one buff place may be stolen if 3 Veil buffs are stolen at the same time. They changed it to Shield. Why? Sorry, I'm ranting a little bit. Right, anyway, we got to get on with this. Otherwise, I'm never going to get the Dragon Tournament done. So, we need to build a team. I actually quite like the concept of this team. The only thing is, making it 100% reliable seems a bit... thing. I mean, they're running they must be running just like Stone Skin Laburga. I was going to say, they must be running just like a glass cannon Laburga really slow. To basically just use... They're just trying to abuse the passive. Like, my Seer is stronger than this, so I can easily destroy it. I don't really see the need for Lydia, though. We can use someone better than that. Who can we use here? Void. So we could probably go Ghostborn. Just curious to see what teams are out there, you know? Am I showing the right screen here? No. Funny enough, look at that. Look who's making an appearance. Ninja, Mithralas. 1 minute 9. Any other sadness? They weren't really a nerf Taha. It was just badly described skills. Hey, Fastfoot. How's it going? They changed something on Michinaki, didn't they? What did they do? I think they've bugged him. They've broken him. This effect does not work against the Hydra's exposed necks. They put it like this. They haven't changed the skill. They've just changed the text. So it was never working, basically. They haven't changed the skill here. They've just changed the text. I should say that. Is there a way on the optimizer to only look at single roll gear? No. I need to fix this spacing. No, you can look at quad and triple, but not single. No. Yeah, so that's it. They haven't changed the skill, they've just changed the descriptions. So it's because, like, believe it or not, YST, for... Where is he? He's not used for this anymore, but where is he? There he is. For approximately 2 years, this skill used to say that it placed provoke for 2 turns. It never placed a provoke for 2 turns. And then it got silently bug fixed. So how does with Atkinson's poison damage? I will show you. Bum. How fast did I build you in the end? 232. I think you're not as fast as Teodor, are you? Need a bit faster. 6. Got a poisoner here. A Rogrim. We're going down the AoE poison list. See who's built and who's not built. Oh, look at that. Perfect. This is how he works. It's going hard. I don't want to be all the way up here. Come on. Bum, 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 bum. I'm asking as I want to quickly find all. Yeah, maybe I can make a filter wicked that flips it, right? That basically does show me all the things that don't have quad roll, triple roll, or double roll, right? Exclude all artifacts that have a double, triple, or single or quad roll. I can probably figure out a filter for that, yeah. Remind me in Discord tomorrow, because I probably will forget by tomorrow. No, Taha. Solus was the other way around. Solus used to basically have... Solus' description was completely and utterly wrong. It used to be that it would say it would remove 1 buff randomly, but actually what happens now is it removes all buffs and it's unresistible. It's like... This is what Teodor does with Akimtum. We go, look at this, increase the duration, boom. Wait, did they fix his stacking? That's not how it worked before. Oh, is my other one? No, my other one's booked. I thought it used to double explode. Have I done something wrong here? Hang on. That was the increase the duration and activate. Yeah. So he should... Everyone should take 1 extra poison each. But everyone should take it all the time. Have they removed the stacking? It used to stack. If they've removed the stacking, that sucks. Because he's booked, so it should work. I'm sure we tested this. I'm sure it stacked. Hex. I thought we tested this and it stacked. That's not stacking. So unless they've bug fixed that silently as well, that would be annoying. I mean, maybe it's just the numbers are not matching up, but... Let me... It doesn't have to be his hex, it could be any hex. I'm sure of it. Because otherwise his passive wouldn't activate at all. I think they've removed the stacking. I think they've removed the stacking. Because it doesn't have to be his hex, look. I mean, it's still pretty good. The problem is I can't tell if it's actually stacking or not. Let me see if I can find a video quickly of a Calvalax. Double Calvalax Teodor. Because what should happen is 2 Akimtums with a poison should be the same as 2 Calvalaxes with a poison. So I'm just checking. Can I just see a run here? That's what I want. I'm just seeing what he does here. Poison's out. Okay, so he's using chemistry. Let me get back onto these skills. Chemistry, yeah. So he's increasing. So he places it, increases duration. Let's see what's happening here. It doesn't help. Playback speed. So 4 poisons go up on everyone. So he must be using his A2 as well. So we get 6 poisons up on everyone. And then he dumps those poisons and does... Okay, 0.25%. Fine. Don't have any poisons right now. Let's get some poisons out. There we go. So we've got like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He should activate 5 times 5%, right? So 5 times 5% is 25. And then 1 extra, he should get 4 more. So it should be 9. And then 9 again, and then another 4, which is 13. So we should get 65% off this champion here. If it's stacking, this should be 65% off. Doesn't appear to be stacking to me. I might as well just continue because I can finish the fight. But that seemed to be... That would have been... What was it? Like 6 or something on them? But I'm sure we tested it and it did stack. Sure we tested it. I mean, Hex is kind of useless here now. Yes, it's definitely affecting something, isn't it? We'll rerun it now. I mean, one of the Akantums has no build, right? So he has no gear on him, but that shouldn't matter. Now, I didn't see any changes in the game code, but they could have changed something server-side, I guess. He's actually quite good for Ice Golem Grat. Let's just run it again. Let's see. Let's do some basic math here, right? We 3%ed a Hex. It's fine, we can probably... So, we 3%ed a Hex, so we're going to lose a bit of damage here. So... The way it should work is when an enemy is attacked with poison, all enemies under Hex should take a poison. So it's actually okay, right? Because he doesn't need to be hexed itself. So when he gets attacked, this Oathbound here, then he should get 1 poison from all other enemies. So effectively, he should have 5 plus 5 and then 4 more 5s, right? So that's 20%. So he should lose 30%. And then it should double the 40 to... He should lose 50%. So this Oathbound should be on half HP. If it's working. Which is clearly not anywhere near. I mean, it doesn't even look like either passive is activating. That looks like 10% to me. Do you know what? Let's just take the Akantums out and see if they're doing anything at all. The Akantums aren't working. The passive is not working. That's exactly the same as it was before, right? If I put one of my Accumtons in, let's just go throw one of the Accumtons on. Test with another activator. Yeah, that's a good idea. The text is showing Accumton, the damage, is not activating. Where's Tyre? We might try Accumton's Hex after this. I don't think it has to be his Hex. No way that's enough damage. Right, there's no way that's enough damage. So I don't mind wasting energy for this. I want to test it. This is confusing me. Has an 80% chance of inflicting damage from one poison debuff to enemies under a hex debuff whenever their allies receive damage from poisons. Okay, so here's another way to test it. So do get the... So you want me to run it with the damage after? Yeah, so I was thinking of running that with that. Throw some hex out here. What are you doing, cat? Two poisons have activated. That's not working anymore with activators, is it? Well, the passive is basically meant to go, if this enemy takes poison damage, all enemies take 100% of the poison damage as HP, right? So if this enemy is losing 5% HP, all other enemies lose 5% HP. So if I'm activating on a single target all poisons on an enemy, then all enemies should take 5% HP. Now with Teodor, it's meant to go, well, if that activates, this gets 5%. If that activates, he gets another 5%. If that activates, he gets another 5%. If that activates, he gets another 5%. So he should be losing 20%. And it should be AoE. I'm sure we tested this, because I mentioned it before I got Teodor. I was like, Teodor's the only one that does AoE activation. Does it go one by one by one by one, or does it just do one overall? And I'm sure we tested it, and I'm sure we said that it was AoE activatable, and it stacked. But we just saw two activations there doing the exact same damage as one whole activation. So it feels broken to me. We're seeing the text go up on the screen. I don't know if we're seeing any of the thing. One thing we can test. So it's 100% of the damage that the poison champion takes. So if the champion takes 100,000, then it does 100,000 damage. If a champion has 5% more HP or whatever, then obviously it's going to be a slightly variable, but pretty much they're all about the same HP. We tested this, didn't we, Zero? We tested it in Discord. Right, so let's see if we can figure out what we got going on here. So this guy here in the front, Oathbound, has got 4 poisons. So he should take 20% from the activation, and then he should take another. So he should be at 40% HP if this is working, right? If this is working, he should be at 40% HP because effectively he should take 5% damage from this target, 5% from that, 5% from that, and 5% for that, give or take. In terms of HP, like we look at Dragon Stage 25, Oathbound, they all have... So the Sorceresses have 243,000, Mystic Hand has 309,000, and the Sentinel has 347,000. So he's got the highest HP, but he should be still getting a pretty decent chunk, even if it's 10%, right? So worst case scenario is he gets 2.5% from each one, even though they got sensitivity as well, but still. Let's see what happens. That's not enough. It's not activating. But look how much damage that took. I think they broke it. Oh, sorry. I mean, these two can probably solo this. It's not hard. Like, that activation didn't do any damage. Do you notice that? But no, like that activation didn't do any damage. Like this activation, was it 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30? That should halve his HP bar. That's better. Yeah, it's not. They broke it. Well, that's disappointing. Let's try what happens when we run double Akim to Mithrala. We're not even in hard mode, we're in normal here. Doing the damage when they activate. Spreading Mithrala's I think they've stopped it from activating. I'm sure, like, I'm like 95% sure we tested this, because I remember I wouldn't have put a video out there before testing that this functionality was going to work like we expected. It activated there. It's better to test it with it's activating, because it just killed everyone. It's definitely doing something. I don't really understand what's going on. The problem with this ability is there's so many numbers, right? It's just like... Right, so we got loads of poisons up here. Things are activating because the text is happening. And they're dying too quickly, right? I know there's a lot of poisons up, but they are dying way too quickly for it not to be, like, stacking. I'm going to check the code now, see if they've made it unique. I don't know. Obviously, his passives can't do anything here, right? So, I mean, this is basically just us killing the boss now. Put on auto. Let me check the code. What's his name? I can't. What's that? I'm very confused. Open. Oh, look, we got an ancient shard. Great. Now, let me just check. Sorry, I'm just checking the code here to make sure it's still exactly how it's coded. Unless they've changed something on the server side. I mean, look, the Arkham damage here is immense, right? So they're definitely doing damage. But if I run it with Teodor, let's just do it this way, okay? Right, 1 poison. That's all we've got, 1 poison. Right? One poison. So when I activate that poison, all enemies should take 351005 times 0.05, because no poison sensitivity. 17,550. All enemies should take 17,550. Let's watch it, right? Keep your eyes peeled, guys. Let's watch it. Yeah, it's stacked. There was 2 procs there, right? Unless there was a 19,000. And then there was a... So the 17,550... I saw 19,000. Now, 19,000 is 347,518 times 0.04. 13900. So that's not War Master. I saw 19,000. It's working. It's definitely working. Because that 84,000 and 70,000, like this guy here has no masteries. So he's done 70,000, which would be 17,555 times 4. Which is 72,000, right? That's exactly how much damage he's done. He has done one of those poisons to every single enemy. So, we'll waste a little bit more energy now. That's frustrating, but it's okay. That's frustrating. Let's just rehex everything. Right. Did we get another poison out on someone? No. Let me just put a poison out on him. Ah, that's what I didn't want to do. I didn't want to put poisons out on everyone. Maybe it's a visual bug. Doesn't seem it though. What I want to see is if I've got 2 poisons out on 2. Stop resisting. Mithrala has 8,000 freaking poison. Jeez. Right, there's one. Just do that. Do that again. Put the hex out. Thank you. Okay, so there's 3 poisons out on all targets. Okay? 3 poisons. So if it's going to work, we should be seeing 17755 or 17555 from Oathbound, and then Sentinel 347. Was it 347518? 347518 should be doing. So we should be seeing 17,375, 17,555, and then we should be seeing the Sorceress is going to do 243,265, 243,265 times 0.05. 12163. Okay, so those are the numbers. Let me get this up on a Word doc. So we should be getting 17555, which is 351,005 times 0.05. And then we should be getting 347,518 times 0.05, which is 17375. And then finally 243,265 times 0.05. These are the 5% HP markers for these champions. 12163. 12163. Okay. So, slow it down. These are what we want. We just hex here. Don't really care about the hex. Just like heal. Okay, so we're looking for 17555, 17375, and 12163. Those are the numbers we're looking at here. Obviously, these 3 will also get an extra poison because we're activating them, but the ones to look at, I suppose, is this Sorceress at the back left here. It should get 6 procs of damage. 6. Let's put this up. Screen record. Start. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, stop. Pause. Right. What are we getting? I'm seeing a 1-9. It's kind of hard to tell. That's the problem. There's so much defense because it's like ignoring defense. I'm seeing a 1-5-9. Numbers up here, right? The sorceress is getting a 1-5-0-5-3, which that 1-5 could be the sorceress with weaken. There's a 14. So let's just end the battle now and see who's done the damage. So we got 130,000 from one Akimtum. Okay, so we knew that 17,555 should be happening to 3 enemies. So that's 52,000. And then there should be... Let's just see. I don't know why one is doing it more than the other, though, because they should be doing it consistently. It's almost like one isn't booked, even though they are. I'm sure I booked him. Yeah, they're both... the Akimtum's probably getting War Master procs. The Akimtum on the right is getting War Master, probably. I'm trying to figure out where the 82,000... Mind you, he did take a turn, didn't he? I'm wondering if it's only doing it once. I'm wondering if it's not activating AoE anymore. Yeah, so I can't really not do any damage here. So this guy is obviously going to do a lot more damage because he's got War Master. I'm not going to waste any more energy after this, the last one I do. But the weaker one now did 198,000. I'm so confused. How is he doing more damage now? Like, what's the 198,000 come from? I don't know. Oh, yeah, I suppose. I don't know. I don't know. That's for tomorrow. We need to figure out what we're going to do with Dragon here. Are we going to build one of these teams, or are we going to build our own team? I was going to have fun with Akimtum. Now I'm not sure it's going to work. Wonder how this is working. So, wonder where this is failing. I guess it's just too much damage being taken before Stultus dies. Because that's a pretty squishy... That's like, I can make that guy a lot tankier. My God, it's 100,000 HP Stultus. Good lord. I wonder how tanky I can make my Stultus. I'm sure we tested it. Like... I'm sure me and MM0 tested it when we did the stuff. I'm sure we did. I mean, this team here, wouldn't it be beneficial just to run Stultus like 100 speed 2-turn Stone Skin? Like, surely all we need is the boss to keep smashing us and us run really, really slow, right? We don't really need to, like, we can just survive in Stone Skin. We don't really need any regen or HP. Because the boss isn't going to break through the Stone Skin shield if we have incredibly high HP. Right? Oh, yeah, it's a fair point. It's a very good point. Because I think it does it after, right? So they haven't actually changed any of Akimtum's skill. It's identical. So that's why I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. But maybe the tests we did just weren't suitable enough. I don't know. I thought it all stacked. Anyway, Stultus, I want to check his passive. When does the phasing happen? If the phasing happens exactly the same time as... Well, we can just test it, right? Just waste a bit more energy. I've already wasted like 200 tonight. Let's waste a bit more. I don't really want resistance. Will do. Should be slow enough. Let's test it. I don't think it's going to work. Celiac Priest-Orns, look at these. Question is, will he actually keep his Stone Skin up? I haven't unlocked 10 yet, Elliot. That's why I'm doing the stage each bit by bit, because I haven't actually unlocked it yet. Just do that. That. Stone Skin works. So if Stone Skin works, can we just run like 100 speed 2-turn Stone Skin and just try and let the boss kill itself? Will we have enough damage? Let's do a bit of math now. Let's find out. Because we can work it out, right? Keep in mind, we're going to run the burger with it, right? Which extends poisons. Is there any other champions that increase buff duration on damage taken? It's an interesting question. Like, that was 168. If we run him like 100 speed, like totally stupidly slow, Bulwark, Septimus, because like all we want is Aox. Aox is a great idea. The only thing is Aox only does like a few, right? Let's have a look. Increase debuff duration. What do we got then? So AX does 2 random debuffs on the attacker. Corvus does on an ability, random enemy. Does anyone do it passively? There we go. Leburger. Anyone else do it passively? When attacked, has a 30% chance. Not really that reliable, is it? Septimus has it as well. Vildrax? No, Vildrax doesn't. Oh, wait. That's when you attack. I was looking for basically champions that when they get attacked, they extend the duration debuffs. And it looks like it's a combination of Aox, Septimus, and Bulwark. I mean, we could just throw Septimus. So what I'm thinking is, obviously, we like my Seer is not going to struggle, right? She's going to kill the wave really easily. So if we can just run like Seer, Ghostborn, reset. Like, I'm trying to think, can we basically just run a very, very, very slow Stultus and Leburger and smash stuff? Oh, is he on here? Okay, so Septimus is out. The only problem is, like, in order for me to get Teodor in, we need setup. And I'm just like, I don't have the Calvalaxes. So how do I get the poisons out? We could do A2 into A3, I guess. Hard waves are quite strong. Let me show you. Let me just... Oh, I didn't want to do that. Let me just show you how... what am I going to do to beat this boss? Bring survivability. Should do it. Bring a Duchess, it's even better. Yeah, I just want to see how fast I can do it. I think so, yeah. We'll get to the wave now and we'll test it. But, like, this is how good my Seer is when we actually get there. I shouldn't have used that ability there. Shouldn't have used that ability there. Yeah, but Maxime, the difference between 5-star blessing and 6-star blessing is big. It's like 15 to 20% ignore defense. It's a massive difference. Wow, she died. Poor Renegade. Don't actually think I've got enough poisons here. I'm gonna get a breath at least, so that'll give me... Teodor is a terrible poisoner, isn't he? It's fine, I can revive. Well, that I should not have done. I thought he was going to breath. I'm probably dead. Oh, wait. We have hope. We have no hope. Stop trying to do this hard and do it properly. I need you out. I just want to beat this stage and then we can move on. So I'm just trying to try and beat this stage. Is all. Is 1:38? Yeah, it's pretty fast. I think anything like minute to a minute 30 is good. Yeah, I just want to see how strong my seer is against the wave, because I haven't tested it yet. Yeah, but you got to understand the difference between 5-star and 6-star is huge. You're getting what? You're getting 1% every 25 levels. I'm getting every 10. It's massive difference. It's like equaling 10% more damage, probably. Oh, I haven't got enough accuracy on my Asuga. I thought I did. Oh, Vey. Look how much damage. Look how much damage the War Master's doing. The War Master did 298,000 because of Crushing Rend. So nuts. Look at this. 300,000. This will be fine. We'll just revive him up again. Well, she died again. Oh, we did manage to survive. Probably a fail here now. Just do that to... Oh, come on. I just want to get through this wave. Ninja, save me from this madness. Ninja's got it. I think Ninja's got it. I hope Ninja's got it. Okay. We're about to find out if mine can do it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 buffs. 10 buffs when we put a shield. Welcome to the world of 6-star. This is why I have been harping on about how annoying it is, like how much Crushing Rend is terrible until you get to 6-star Awakened. The damage potential at 6-star Awakened is insane because everything just gains so much more damage. Yeah, look at this. Okay, they've taken a lot more damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We got 13 here. 600,000 damage. I mean, she probably would have died of this, right? But the War Master is the reason why the War Master is doing so much damage here is because of the passive. That Awakened is affecting the passive. It's boosting my War Master procs by 50%. It's the only thing that it does because direct damage is pretty weak, right? But this team is just trolling this boss. It is just like, you think I'm losing to you? No, I'm not. Oh, we got Brimstone on there now. I mean, there's a fair chance I'm going to fail this. But hey, we did it. I think. I don't want to say I have. Oh, maybe I haven't. It's getting a little bit questionable. There you go. Welcome to the world of 6-star Seer. And the reason why it's such a big difference in power is you go from, right, 1 every 25 levels, right? 1 every 25 levels on floor 10 hard is basically, you go from 14% ignore defense, yeah, to 35% ignore defense. It's not even like it's double, it's more than double ignore defense. So when you go from right now, if you're, as a comparison to Maxime, who was basically saying they have 300, what was your build, Maxime? You said you had 318 crit damage in lethal with 5-star crushing. I've got 329% thousand in savage cruel, in lethal cruel, and I'm getting basic math, 21% more defense. Is huge because basically, right, your build is what, 318, and you've got 14 plus. Did you say you were savage cruel, lethal cruel, Maxime? Are you just lethal, or are you lethal and cruel? Because if that's just lethal, then you're at 39% ignore defense. Let's just put this into the context of the actual math. Just lethal, right? So you're at 39% ignore defense, okay? Okay. Bit of spreadsheets. We've got to do it every once in a while. So, you're right now at... The enemy waves have got, let's see, anywhere between 7,399 is the Chagor, right? 7,399, but the Venuses have a lot more HP. They've got 526,000, so we'll use those. They've got 6,129. Okay, this number here, we'll use this. Okay, this number here is a Venus. Okay, so the normal damage reduction is basically this number here, 83.57%. Okay? Now, if you're using your ignore defense, you're putting in 25%, plus you're putting in your 14%. Okay? So you're getting 25 plus 14, so you're at 39% ignore defense. Yeah? So you're basically now doing 77.97%. Okay? Here's the difference. I'm actually at 35 plus 30. I'm at 65%. Let me just put this over here. My 6-star is doing 13% more damage. That's the difference here. That's why Crushing Rend at 6-star is so obnoxiously strong, because of the extra ignore defense. That's how much bonus I'm getting. It's 13.31%. That's not 13% more ignore defense. That's just flat 13.31% more damage. Pair that with the fact I've got 20% crit damage from the 6-star soul as well, so you get 20% more on top of the base crit damage. Like, we can do it in the optimizer, right? So we can go Seer, and I can go, I want damage mode, Karma Burn, Battle. The enemy's 350, and the enemy has target defense of 6129 with a target HP of 526,889. Okay, and I can say I've got 8 buffs. I need to do 526,000 damage. Now, if I put ignore defense on, 525,000 with... So I need 8 buffs. If I do it with the Chagor, which has a higher defense, he's got 7,399 with 320,352. To kill the Chagor, I need 8 buffs. It's gross. It's gross. Yeah. You don't need the Ghostborn. I mean, I wonder how many buffs I'd need. I'd need 19 buffs, Dutchy. Give or take. 19 buffs. It is, yeah. The only reason why I know this, Maxime, is because I was talking to Scratch about it, and he was saying, oh, I can't one-shot the wave with my Seer, and I'm like, I bet I can. And his Seer is well built. His Seer is in Savage Lethal with 349% crit damage. And I'm like, I can one-shot stuff. I'm pretty sure I can one-shot Fire Knight Stage 10 hard without any buffs. It's that easy. Like, Stage 10 hard for Fire Knight... The tankiest enemy on Stage 10 hard on Fire Knight is... They're all about the same. Like, there's a 2584 with 244,000 HP. So, in order for me to one-shot the wave in Fire Knight, I can do it with 8 buffs without drop defense. To kill Fire Knight Stage 10 hard. It's insane, right? Ignore defense is one of the most strongest things you can have. And if you have a blessing that's just going to give you straight up 35% ignore defense on every single attack you're going to do, then your War Master's now ignoring 35% more defense. This is why this is hitting so hard on the boss as well, because I'm getting not just 50% more damage on War Master, I'm getting 35% ignore defense on top of that, on top of the A1 damage attack as well. It's insanely strong scaling. So the question is, in order to beat the stage 10 dragon hard, do I go with a reset Ghostborn, which requires a lot less buffs, or do I go for more buffs? Because clearly I can one-shot the wave, right? That's clearly possible. So, I mean, it's not even like she's in like insane gear. This is crit rate. If this is crit damage, like, there's growth possibilities is what I'm saying here. There is room for growth. I can make a lot more damage. Like, I haven't actually checked her abilities in a while. I haven't checked if I can build a stronger champion in a while, actually. It normally just finds the same build. Because I have the same config, I just basically rerun it every single time. Don't get me wrong, you still need good gear, right? I've still got very strong gear here, right? We've got, what, double roll, triple roll, double roll, double roll. Obviously primary, triple roll, right? I mean, it's good gear. Doesn't really matter the primary stat of the chest, because all you care about is crit damage substat. That's all you care about. Is that using all gear? Yeah, see, that's using everything. That the best build I've got is the best build I'm wearing. What if I assume max ascension? Yeah, I've overtuned a little bit the God mode. I need to tune it down. Like, that's being penalized because it's low rolled. Probably. I mean, these should be like godlike. I don't know if we're actually counting in. I need to check. I'm sure I added ascension to the equation, but maybe I didn't release the beta. Yeah, the build that Sarah's wearing is the best damage build that I could possibly get. Basically, it's the best damage possible build. So, would you buy a 3-star soul for Arkentum? He doesn't really benefit too much from a blessing. I think the best you can do is like Heaven Cast. I don't really think he benefits an awful lot. I don't think it's essential. His kit is good enough without anything else. Oh, I didn't do... We didn't do... I missed out on 16 keys. I didn't do lethal farming today. Damn it. Ooh. Okay, then. Ooh, a candy soul is tempting. What is your considering about the speed of Seer? I like mine quite fast. But you build it for whatever team you want. I build mine about 220. Ooh, double epic. Useless epics, but double epic. I mean, for Fire Knight 25, you do Swift Cut because the stage is actually... The wave in Fire Knight 25 is still actually quite hard if you need the Allure as well. Typical soul performance. Totally useless souls. So the question really comes down to, for Dragon, can we one-shot the wave either with lots of buffs, or do we one-shot the bay? So we could run a very slow Liburger and the words are coming to my mouth. Stultus, and just see if we can basically let the boss kill itself, paired with this combo, right? Like, at the moment, my team is not built very well, right? I'd have to rebuild the Liburger. What am I doing? I'm losing the will to live here. We've done so much different testing, and my brain is reached capacity. Like we could run a slow, so something like this. Does she strip stone skin? I never really thought about checking that. Where's La Burger? So slow. Who's the last spot? She doesn't strip it, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure with GB, she one-shots, right? Let's just test the combo here with Renegade. It's my Renegade. I have multiple Renegades for different tasks and different responsibilities. There are many Renegades. Where's this one? Level 40 Renegade. Anyone spot the Renegade? There. You got a 6 times? Well, for a Seer air gun. That's awesome. Obviously, she wouldn't normally, so we just poison. So this would be the setup. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, it's freaking disgusting, isn't it? And then when you get to the boss, it's can these two just stay alive, basically, for as long as possible. Because if he does, look how fast it goes down. So let's make some quick changes. La Burger. She's gonna have to come out of immunity. I don't think I can do it with the drop without the drop defense, Dutchy. The drop defense is kind of crucial. If I'm dropping, so basically, if I drop the defense, I need like 19 buffs. I need almost double the amount of buffs to bypass. Night, Maxine. Oh, is it rolling 50-50? It's funny. Do we reckon her passive needs accuracy? Probably does, right? It's got resistance accuracy. She does need resistance if she's in stone skin, does she? I'm not using Teo. The plan is to... You'll see the plan now, basically. You're going to enjoy this. It could be an absolute, utter failure. It could be awful. It could be, like, the worst idea I've ever had in the world. Or it could be absolute genius. Problem is, none of these pieces have accuracy, which is kind of frustrating. It's got 22. 11. Let's go with that. So I need accuracy and HP percentage. The accuracy, guys. I need accuracy. Otherwise, we're never going to get the accuracy numbers up. That's 19 on the Valk. 22 over there. He's rocking a triple roll. I don't really want to run crit rate or any speed at all. Accuracy. We can't use that piece on this. It's just awful. That's better. I just feel like I'm losing accuracy here. Come on, roll accuracy. I suppose it's better than that. It's quite good, 29. It's accuracy. I mean, she might need to go with the banner. With the banner, this is easy. There's a champion training on tomorrow, so she could get made into a 6-star. Piece she's valuing, right? So she's only got 230, so I'll have to use some sort of aura. But that's fine. That's the idea. It's super slow, and then if we just get Stultus... Doesn't need accuracy, which is cool. So we just basically build him as fast as possible. To be, well, as tanky without speed. That's what we want. Tanky without speed. No speed. Some of these pieces must not have speed. Have I kept any banners? Okay, which one has the lowest speed? 10, roll. That one's not bad. Let's go with that one, I think. All these are just too fast. HP, defense. No speed. What's that? Defense. That's good. That's not good. Roll terribly. Awful. It's got speed. I don't want speed. I guess he's sticking what he's got. What is he in at the moment? We need to change this out. Crit defense. Take off Ruach. All I care about is basically as much defense and HP as I can get. I don't want speed as this test. I mean, this could be awful, right? This could be terrible. Night Jeans, you re-equipped all the champs after click tomorrow's. Okay, cool. I mean, we probably just want to survive, right? So... no speed. I wish there was an option to say, give me everything that isn't speed. Preferably with HP percentage. There we go. Oh, it's got speed on it. Defend. I just want like ultra defensive pieces. Without speed. Without speed. What's Ruark got? Triple speed. I think we'll pick one of these that haven't got speed, I guess. That one looks good enough. It's got 11 speed roll. That one will do. It's not got any defensive stats. That one will do. It's only got 5 speed. It's a bit faster than I'd like, but... I probably am. I probably need to sell them. You are probably correct. And I'm probably just being not ruthless enough. Right, so again, we want HP, like, ideally HP percentage, because HP percentage is the shield strength. That's pretty good. Can we find one without speed? Ooh, there you go. Okay. 110 speed, 64k HP, 6,000 defense. See if it's going to work. I'm just going to run my stage 25 spider thing to stage 25 dragon tonight because I think otherwise I'm not going to get the tournament done. I'm just going to run it overnight. Okay. Here's the concept. We have 2 tanky champions. We probably need the... Oh, we don't have Axiora. It's fine. The burger might not work because she might not have enough until tomorrow. See what happens. Boost. So gross. Boost. Don't really need those buffs, but... Okay, so take 2 turns. Yeah, I don't think it's enough. Strategy failed. It's interesting. I just don't think it's enough. But, like... how quickly can we get to the... So... Forgetting the strategy, put that aside a second. Now we don't need this anymore because we're never going to run Spider 25 again. If I just ran a team of... Stultus. I used to recently used. Bump. Right. And we basically said wave 1 doesn't matter if you decide to use it there. First choice. Open, don't use. First choice. Second choice. You can just open. Don't use. In case you're too fast. She's probably slightly too fast because you kind of want them to be less than the speed of the waves, I guess. To make it work. And then obviously you don't do this. You first that. And then whatever. And you're just going to first this, and then whatever. We don't really care, right? And you're probably just going to, like, don't use that. Just don't use that either. How quickly do we reckon we're going to kill this? Ready? How quickly do we get it? By the way, I don't think I caught it. I think I was distracted at the time. Thank you to Smurf Blue for gifting 10 members. Was it Smurf Blue? I think I was totally and utterly distracted, and I was rude enough not to call it out. Sorry about that. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, I don't think it's actually that impossible. Keep in mind, I don't think LeBurger is extending. Right? LeBurger wasn't extending, was she? So if LeBurger's got the accuracy, like, I don't mind wasting a bit of energy here. Yeah, so she's not extending here. If she's extending, do we have enough poisons to do this? I don't have a Kaimon, no. No, I think I need Ghostborn. Honestly, all I think I need to do is just put Axie on the burger tomorrow so that you get the extra poisons. Because the thing is, what we're not getting is... we're not getting this ability. So we're missing out on poison sensitivity and 2 poisons. The boss plays poison sensitivity, or does he place weaken? So we're missing out on that, and we're also missing out on the passive. So let's have a look how much it would do. Battle. Just replug in the stage, the hardest stage, which is, I think the hardest EHP is 526889. Oops, that's the wrong defense. 6129 526889. Skills. So I need to do 526,000. So either I need 16 buffs. I can get away with 12 buffs, I think. I think I need 12 buffs. I'd need 12 buffs with Teodor over. But then again, Teodor's not bringing any buffs. So where's the buffs coming from? Duchy. Because I lose 5 buffs if I lose Ghostborn. If you drop Ghostborn for Lydia, you'll be able to open Lydia's A3 on the boss, which will give you the poison sensitivity and block debuffs. Yeah, but LeBurger's got the poison sensitivity. The only reason why I'm losing on the boss is because LeBurger hasn't got any accuracy. Yeah, but then you lose the reflect Duchy. That's the point. That's the idea. And then we'd have to run in with speed, which means it slows the rundown. Don't have bad L. I think I'm going to try tomorrow. I'm going to 60 LeBurger. I mean, maybe... let's just try this. Let's just try the concept. Let's take her out of defense percentage and let's put her in accuracy chest. We lose a bit of stability. Like, she's probably going to die, but hey. Like, the shield will pop. Still not enough. Yeah, but I'm not... That's the problem. I'm not committing Teodor into a team that's really slow. Like, I'm not going to make his kit terrible. That's just silly. Use aura. I don't have an aura in this team. I can get it to this. Should do it. Yeah, but I can't run him at 250 swift cut. That's the point. The point here is we don't run him fast, right? The point is trying to abuse the mechanics so that we don't have to run. That we can basically make it super fast. I don't think they did, no. Ranger. Do it, one more glyph. I should do it. Well, I still think LeBurg is slightly too fast, though. See, she's taking a turn there. Ideally, I don't want her to take that turn, so maybe she's just running one speed too fast. There's the poisons. It's so close. It's so... Damn, it's so close. Oh, it's so close. We were that close. Oh, man. It's so close. I don't know if we can get it any better. Oh. So close. Well, over Stoltas. Well, the problem is they're running so slow. Oh, so close. Try again, just see how see if that was a one-off or what's the question? Did anyone see my question about Nightmare Demon Lord? I didn't see it. Sorry, I'm distracted. How much damage do I have to do to Nightmare Demon Lord to get the max chest? You need to do 39 mil, so 40 million, Matthew, to be safe. It can work. This can work. If I can find some stability. Who said it was going to be a minute? So we could stabilize this by obviously bringing LeBurger in to slightly lower speed and also higher accuracy, higher stability, like more HP, so she lives a little bit longer. Like, keep in mind, I haven't optimized these champions whatsoever. So, like, Stoltas could be... Like, what's his HP here? Let's just do a quick check here. Okay, champions, Stultus. His EHP is 417. What if I said survival mode stats, literally no speed? Let me reset this. So configure, include, don't include locked 1. Stats, I want survival mode, configure, boom. We don't really care about that. Stats. I mean, I don't even... What stats does he need? He needs nothing. He needs to stay alive. Ultimately, all he needs to do is literally stay alive. Wow. Perhaps it's a good idea if I try and keep a high, like, survival banner, because apparently I have 0 banners with 0 speed. So, we'll have to see. I think his ring is pretty good. I think his amulet is pretty good. So we'll take them out. Just take the banner out for the time being. And go for... What's his base speed? 0 speed. I can't really do that because of the banner. Yeah, I mean, the problem with the 15-second teams are this. You need Calvalaxes. I don't have Calvalaxes. But, oh, you're answering a question. Sorry, I didn't see the question above. Yeah, it's not a record. The Krakens are like 15 seconds. It's a complete waste of Stultus. I mean, well, I don't use him for anything else. Oh, yeah, I forgot Stone Skin. Thanks. That's Stone Skin. Why don't you put him in regen set? Because I can kill it without needing to take a turn. Look how much tankier I can make him. And slower. Right? This is the thing. If I can get him tankier and slower, we can basically increase his effective HP by 25% here. I literally... So the only use I have for Stultus Dragonbane is Agreth and this boss. I have no use for him. Oh, why is it not... I'm tired. Thank you. Right, so I can basically improve his effective HP by a fair chunk there. And then obviously if I do it with Leburger tomorrow when I've got it at 60... So, but yeah, I mean, I don't, the Seer is a bit, it shocks me every single time I look at it. She's getting like 1 million damage there. We didn't get as many poisons here. We didn't get the passive off. See, so it is a bit RNG-ish. But if I can build some more stability into it, it could be interesting. Otherwise, I'll have to, like, run... I don't know. See, her stone skin is getting busted there, which you probably want to try and keep alive. What? 29 seconds. Yeah, she's not 100%. But what she's not doing is she's getting her shield blown up at the wrong time. So she's taking the poison swift cut. That's what I'm noticing. So the shield is getting blown up at the wrong time, which means she takes the poisons, which means she's more subject to death. If she was taking an extra turn, we'd get another set of poisons out on the A1. It would guarantee it. So I think it's fine. Yeah, I know a passive's not 100%. Doesn't need to be. See, she's taken an extra turn there. That's costing me a second. She resisted poisons there, so she's still resisting. Oh, that's close. I think I can build stability to make it more safe. I think I can build stability in here to make it more safe. Maybe I do one of these champions in shield set, right? Because then I get more effective HP on these champions. Because even though they've got stone skin, they'll have bolster as well. So maybe I put bolster because they're going so slow, it's effective HP. Right now, they're just getting pummeled because there's no defensiveness. But if I put a shield set on them, then they'll have shield at this point. This is a win. It's at 50% at the moment. And I suppose when we look at the team, right? When we look at the team, masteries would help. For accuracy, for better builds. So we could build masteries in here. So I'm thinking if I put a bolster set on them to give them 20,000 more effective HP, that probably saves them some damage. I make Leberga 60 tomorrow, just make her tankier. I can probably do like a damage reduction master or something. I reckon I can get this. I reckon I can get it pretty safe. I don't think I can get it 100%, but I reckon I can get it like 95% at 30 seconds. No, Stultus. So Stultus and Leberga have to be in 2-turn stone skin ultra slow. There's a second of time I can save with Leberga. She's going too fast at the moment. The one that I could put in a stronger shield set would be a renegade. So basically take one of my renegades that I have lying around, put them in a shield bolster set to give everyone a big shield. Or I could swap over Ghostborn, depending on what I want to do. I do have another Ghostborn I could use. I could basically specialize a Ghostborn for just this. You can do 100% in 30 to 40 seconds. I'm doing, like... I think this is... I'm pretty sure I can get this very close to 100%. Oh, bad luck. She can't strip bolster, no. But I don't need the bolster buff. That's the thing. I don't need her to strip it. I mean, you say there are faster teams out there. Where are the teams? Because you look at this. These are all 50-second farms. You know, these are all quite slow. So... I need to experiment more, but it's interesting. So anyway, guys, we're about 4.5 hours in. I need to make sure I haven't destroyed my actual dragon team that I need to run here for the tournament because, you know, I still got to do that. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, before I do that, before we do this, let's just go repair people we've taken stuff off. I don't know. I don't even know what he's in, but just put him back into 2-turn. I've no idea. I need to repair this team now, because if LeBurger's not going to be boosting, we need a champion that is faster than 215 speed. Who is a fast single increase attack champion? We need an increase attack champion. Too fast. Needs to be faster than 217, but not super fast. Not Mithrala. Not Seeker. I'm just looking at my list here. We could do Yoshi, maybe an interesting one. Colin. Isn't what's her face? Quillen pretty quick. Where is she? Let's do that. Save. Let's go get Quillen out of the vault. Got all the mules I need to remule. I think not next stream, but maybe the stream after will be a big muling stream. Speed. Cool. Shouldn't really use that piece, but it's fine. Speed. I'll do. Let's just give her a little bit more. What can you sit on? I'll do. I built a full clan boss team for her, Taha, for Lady Quillen. Oh. Oh, wait. I thought it was increased attack. I'm not paying attention. I'm not reading the skills. I thought she boosted without attacking. Attacks all enemies. Nope. Oh, it's going to be critical. Okay, Lady Quillen's out. Bad idea. I need someone who basically places it without attacking. Quagga might be good. Oh, Mordecai. Morty. Where is he? Mordecai. Where is the robed... There he is. There's the robed fellow. Has he got gear? 203. Not quite. Needs a little bit more. Because he can just do that. Wait, no. Yes. More damage. No, because Doom Priest is going to take an extra turn, so it's slower. Again, we're looking for pace. So we want champions. What I want is basically a champion that just places it. Now, he's pretty quick because he's also placed a HP burn. Now, I don't know if Riho places a burn. I think she does, so I don't think that matters too much. Where is he? Just give him a little bit more. No, why have I got that piece? Awful. Boom. I built a full... It was actually a really good team. There we go. Not quite enough damage. Why do I get more damage with a burger? Why am I getting more damage with the burger when the burger doesn't actually... Maybe I missed a debuff, so the damage wasn't quite there. Oh, look, we resisted one. Riho has 471 accuracy, and what'd she do? Resist. Oh, there you go. Oh, I bet it was. I've got her at... Is there a champion that does increased attack and increased crit rate at the same time? I know I'm asking for a lot here. Scartos. Ooh, Scartosis. Yes. Ardes, now we're talking. Now you're entering the realms of my crazy mentality today. I have a Scartosis. Somewhere down here. Scartosis. Where is he? There he is. Has he got any gear? Oh, the game's crashing. Nope. He's fast as well. His animation's really fast. Oh, the things we do. You go back in the vault. Scartosis. Scartosis is the first legendary champion that I pulled. I was very disappointed. He's in retaliation. I was trolling with him, see? Trolling. We got a fast piece. I'll do. Not quite enough. Two and three. I think that's enough. Not quite. Yeah. Yeah. Also, guy, Krila attacks. I don't want someone who attacks. That's the idea. I want someone who doesn't attack, so that we can so we don't proc his passive, right? Because if he attacks, we're in trouble. That'll do. Okay, let's see it. Yes, but I wanted to open with A3. That's why I wanted it with increased crit rate, so that she did this. Whisper is set to 70% crit rate, so the reason why that run didn't 100% last time Wicked Banana was because she didn't crit on both hits. So that's why I wanted someone with increased crit rate and increased attack. But look how fast this animation is. It's great. We probably can't breach 10 seconds, because it just takes time. Like, I haven't been able to breach 10 seconds so far. I'd need a faster sleep champion than Muckstalker to do it. This run is taking too long. It's taking 4 seconds, see? But that's good. Yeah, well, to have a Kaimar would be lovely, but some of us don't have that luxury. Right, anyway. How much of the tournament do I have to do? Siffy Sleep, not as fast as Kaimar. Sand Devil 7 is the most efficient for lesser oil. Pip's dog. You go 7, 24, 25. 24 is better for greater. 25 is better for superior. Right, I got to do all of this tonight. So, math. Oh, why is the helicopter out? How many dungeon points are we going to get? 25. 119.26. I need 2250. 47. So I need 1843 divided by, call it 115. 16 refills. Oh, I need to do it per points, don't I? How many points do we get a run? 18 points on average. So let's just average it with 18 points. Oh, come on. Sometimes this search thing doesn't give you what you want. 102 runs. 100 runs. All right. So we're doing 100 runs tonight. I'm going to have to do some more research with Akentub tomorrow. I don't know what's going on with that. We didn't really get around to playing with Teodor at all. We got distracted by 101 different things. But hey. I'll be up in time for it. It's fine. I'll be awake. How much is that? So, have I got inbox space? Yes. So tomorrow there is a all right, just for you, Swiftcut. YOLO Ancient. There you go. Enjoy your Quaster. Tomorrow we have got the new path. I will probably have a look at it straight away and do a video on it. I would say, in terms of the summoning, if you are pulling for the fusion, great. But I think the summoning is actually, for legendaries, is pretty poor, right? What the champions they got out there are, like, not great. What was it? Supreme Aethel. Nobody wants to get that node mess. That's just awful. We've got Mashaled. Pretty good champion, but let's face it, not exactly a Teodor or a Calvalax or any of those. Kyoku, great ally protector. A little bit limited now. Now that Gnishak is out there, it's a bit like, why would you ever use Kyoku for Bommel? So that's kind of gone the win. Samson the Masher, I think, is actually pretty trash. What do you guys think about Samson, guys? I actually think Samson's like awful. I don't have a use for Samson. Like, I don't see the point of him. Like, you have to kill someone to do the damage. Well, if you're not killing someone to begin with, then you can't do the damage. It's just like, it's very Supreme Aethel-y, right? You ignore freeze, but you have to freeze first. It's like, but yeah, but here's the difference, right? I was going to say, the epics are amazing. Seer, Deacon, Mr. Diethy. I've used Mr. Diethy on the free-to-play now, and I'm very impressed with Mr. Diethy. I think he's an excellent champion. I think he's very good. Very, very, very good. If you pull Mr. Diethy, I think he's as good as someone like Deacon. He hits really hard. You get your decreased defense. He's Force Affinity, which is actually quite good for early game, because a lot of the champions you're facing in Arena are, you know, magic based. You also get a self buff and increased accuracy and increased attack, which helps you with stats early. He's been really good so far. I've used him a fair bit now that he's got masteries. My champions have masteries finally. And then Seeker, right? It's like it's almost like a build your own clan boss component team. Why didn't I just do that? But obviously we got to pull for the fusion, right? Can you even dodge anything on the summon rush? I know they did. I know there was like 20 points and 15 points, right? So you could skip the entire chase, but you had to do the entire summon rush. And we were like, are they going to do 5-15? That's the question, right? Are they going to do it a 5-15 split, or are they going to do it a 10-10 split? I'm probably going to do a 5-15 because, you know, player we're talking about here. Guess we just slammed Marina for a bit. Let's not do that team, because that looks like it's... Let's not do that team. Unless you won a tournament. Wow, I'm not faster than this? What? What is this? All right. Okay. Fine. Got ya. No problem. I'm shocked I'm not faster than that. I mean, it doesn't matter because, like, his bomber is not good enough to beat my Pythian. So, pretty fast. It's like 385, but that was with a banner as well. So I had a superior aura to him. You know, I had a 2-star aura. Like, my Arbiter's 382 speed with a 2-star aura. It's pretty strong. For me, well, not for, like, high gold. I'm not saying it's anywhere near that. But for, like, this level of gold, which is, like, really mid to low, I'm normally, like, one-shot in everything. But I thought maybe the Kimmy went first, because Kimmy's got a higher base speed than Arbiter, but actually his Arbiter went first. It's actually terribly speed-tuned, because what he should be doing in that team is putting his best speed gear on Lady Kimmy, because she has a higher base speed, so she gains more from going first. It's actually badly put together, believe it or not. Like, if you're going to use Kimmy, you use it like that. Oh, God. Oh, we didn't proc his passive yet. It's looking sketchy. Oh, he's dead. Goal 5 is getting more competitive, I'm finding. You know, these are teams that I'd normally expect to see further up the... I know I'm killing it in 4 seconds, but you know what I mean. These are teams I'd expect to see more like this mark here. Pulled Harima on the ×10. Now I'm laughing at... Welcome. Yeah, it's funny when you pull some like champions that are just so OP, it's like... crazy. Don't suppose I got any free tags. Oh, I got a free tag team. Right, guys. Anyway, this has been a pleasure. I'm going to do some research on Akhenaten. I got to set up these dragon runs now so I don't miss out on the fusion. And keep an eye out this weekend. Maybe tomorrow, maybe on Saturday, I might be doing a bonus stream playing a Diablo 4 Immortal. Not Diablo Immortal, Diablo 4. I've got the beta access thing because I'm a Diablo addict. So we might do like a different stream, just play some Diablo 4 early access. See what's going on in that game. So we'll find out. Yeah, just drop me a message, Wicked. I'll forget by then. I gotta go eat now. Get my brain sorted out. And look at all these free easy teams. It's wonderful. So yeah, we're going to try it out. I don't know if Fix is going to be joining me, and I'm not sure if Hellhades. I don't know what Hellhades' plan is for stream tomorrow. It could be that we're all streaming it together. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to talk to him because we've been so busy. But yeah. Anyway, that is the end. Have I done Clan Boss? That's a good question. Yes. Yes. No. Better do Clan Boss. Yeah, so I don't know. But there you go. Thanks for watching, guys. Have a nice evening, and I'll catch you in the next stream.